على عهدي على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and ebbies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We are live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's ceasefire day, baby. It is Wednesday, January 15th, 2024. I'm live, I'm alive. And I hope everyone's having a great one. I certainly am. There it is. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all the parasocials out there. And we have obviously a lot of news to cover, a lot of important updates to cover, many things that have taken place over the past 15 months that obviously are finally coming to a conclusion after so much bloodshed and so much death and destruction. But before we get to all of that, obviously, I'm going to start off by talking about my personal news. So, ladies and gentlemen, last night I ended the broadcast at Last night I ended the broadcast. I don't even remember what I was doing. I feel like my brain has hit a hard reset at this point. But ended the broadcast, hung out with the family. I tried to watch Whale a little bit, but it was incredibly dramatic. Considering, you know, my background, considering my family's background, we're all a little, you know, we've all had some struggle with obesity, chronic levels of obesity. It was too difficult to watch, like straight up. I could not watch it. We had to stop it. But in any case, I went to bed early as always, woke up early as always. Okay. Woke up early as always. And I have a journalist here with me from an outlet, and he's doing a piece today for a major publication. But as is the case, as you guys know, just like with Donny O'Sullivan, I made him go work out. And unlike Donny, he actually did a pretty decent job of working out. Okay. He did a fairly decent job of working out. You know, respect. But after that workout, it's Don Lemon, ain't it? Okay, stop trying to figure out who it is. You're never going to be able to, and it doesn't matter. And I'm not going to reveal it regardless. But it is not Don Lemon. Anyway, do we need to behave for the guests? Yes, you do. But in any case, after the lift, after the workout, we got some wonderful news. Obviously, that's the reason why I'm late, though. Unfortunately, I was doing an interview. I was conducting a little bit of an interview ahead of time. But it seems like it's a huge day for news in general. So I'm choosing for the rest of the day to talk about the most important news story of the day. Arrow55, thank you for the 100 gifted subs, which is, of course, the drama surrounding Dream, Tubbo, Tommy Innit, Miskiff, XQC. And then also I will dive deeply into another incredibly prescient, incredibly important, incredibly serious news story, which is pirate software. Okay. That's right. I'm going to be talking about WoW raids. So if you were expecting me to talk about Israel-Palestine, if you were expecting me to talk about the ceasefire, make no mistake. That is not what we'll be talking about. We're talking about huge drama. Huge drama today. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm not going to be talking about those things. All right. Anyway. But yeah, there's a lot to go over today, and I'm going to go over it. And I'm not even, you know, that's it. That's my personal news segment. This is like short and sweet and brief. Okay. We're just going right into it. Ceasefire announced. What Biden couldn't do in 15 months, Trump did in a week. What are the details? Why is Brandon trying to take credit and more? But yeah, I literally didn't go to sleep last night so I could watch the stream. If you unironically did a drama stream, I would have video gamed. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do a drama stream. Don't be crazy. My podcast episode with Teamsters President Sean O'Brien, Teamsters leader Sean O'Brien, is also out. This is the first episode of Better Bad Ideas with Sean O'Brien. So I'm going to need you guys to go and show that some love as well. Okay, it's out. It's going to be dropping every Wednesday, it seems, but you know, go show that some love. It's an hour and 20 minutes of us back and forth having a conversation about labor unions in America, unionization in America, and what Sean seeks to get out of the Republican Party potentially in this new upcoming administration. But we will get to that when we get to that. There is some time for that as well later. But like I said, ceasefire announced. Anyway, 2025 off to a banger start. Okay. Just like you predicted, there's idiots who think Trump won't give Israel what they want later. Listen, for the time being, Trump is my man. Okay. I don't care. It's a brief moment. It's a brief moment of solace. Do you understand? For the time being, if the bombs, if the bombs stop, then they stop. Anyway, if Trump gets Ukraine to ceasefire, they give him a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, yeah. So far, the man is not even in office yet, and he's having a banner year. Okay, why are we giving Trump credit for this deal? What? Why are we giving Trump credit for this deal? Who do you think facilitated the deal? You think it was Biden? I can't believe we already have liberals in the chat running defense for Joseph Robinette Brandon here. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, there's going to be a lot of back and forth today. Trump hasn't done squat. Yeah, okay, sure. I thought you negotiated a ceasefire. Yeah, like my input on the negotiations of the ceasefire is the same as Anthony Blinken's. Okay. Anyway, did you know Hezbollah committed an act of terrorism on October 7th? Yeah, I know. He said all that stuff too. All right, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to all of it. But I'm seeing that a lot of people are basically choosing to give credit to the Biden admin here, which is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But it's great. I'm glad that we have insanity that is alive and well. Okay. I'm glad that insanity is alive and well in this community. Okay. Like that's crazy. That's insane. That's more insane than I thought this community would ever get. I'm not gonna lie, but it's cool. Fuck it. We ball. Okay. Anyway, let them see this. Yeah. Hold up. Let's blast off real quick. After 50 months of supporting genocide, libs have worse brain disease than hogs at this point. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to me. All right. Do we have a blast off meme at all or no? Do we have one? Do you guys have a blast off meme for me? If not, I'm just gonna use something from the tank. Okay, I'm gonna use something that I have already. Oh, this is great. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna use this. All right, this is good. Hold up your end of the ceasefire. I like that there is like a fantastic opportunity happening here, and you guys are you guys are trying to relitigate the conversation I had with Bradley Martin. Don't worry, I will literally. Don't worry, okay? I don't personally believe Donald Trump is a peaceful dove. Make no mistake. And I don't personally think Donald Trump is going to be good for the Palestinian population. Make no mistake. I don't think he's going to end the Israeli apartheid. If you think he's going to do that, you are also delusional. Okay? But on this day, on this glorious day, it's hard not to say, look, the big dog, he did it. The big dog did it. Okay? But we'll talk about the details of the ceasefire and what's going on with it, and where I foresee what I foresee are the next steps in a second. Okay, that's it. You don't have to give credit to Biden or Trump. Wait, what? Yes, I will give credit where credit is due. If you want my analysis to be correct, then it's gonna, there is gonna be credit being offered to Donald Trump. That's a dog should take. He literally said he's going to allow Israel to fight Palestine. In the same breath, he took accountability for the ceasefire. Anyway, we'll continue. We'll talk about it as well. All right, where are we? Where were we? I'm already annoyed. Okay, I just got started and I'm already annoyed with everyone. Does the Macy's have a playlist or not? Because if not, I'm just gonna. I'm already blasting off. Okay, I'm already blasting off. Here it is. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my blast off? Oh, here it is. No credit Israel's Dome of Gaza. Anyway, Israel's a wasteland. What? They have the West Bank to take over now? Okay. We'll get to the live coverage as well. We'll start off with Al Jazeera. There are already celebrations taking place on the streets.
Hours turned this whole area into a stage of celebration, something that we're not used to see as early hour of this morning. And what we see in the past days, this area here at the hospital used to be a stage for funerals for bodies that are killed and brought to the hospital, much of it filled with agony and sadness. But the past couple hours have been particularly different, more of an expression of much of the feelings that have been suppressed for the past 15 months. And without going into the details of the terms, people came together and got in groups here celebrating, whether in the hospital or in the streets on 10 sites across the Gaza Strip and further in the northern part of the Strip in Al-Mawasi.
Damn, my guy would have given Reagan credit for releasing the Iranian hostages. I think the thing that you don't understand in that process is that even if there was incompetence, you're talking about a foreign adversary, not stopping a foreign ally. Okay, Joe Biden had the opportunity to do this with one phone call. I talked about this virtually every single day for 15 months. That Joe Biden can stop this today. He can stop it tomorrow. He can stop it yesterday. He chose not to do so. Do you understand? He chose not to do so. Israel was the party that was responsible for refusing to recognize the conditions set forth by Hamas early on, the conditions that Joe Biden represented as the conditions that Israel had placed on the ceasefire negotiations on July 2nd. And the deal that is in place right now is virtually identical to those deals. There have been more than 30 different instances where Hamas tried to facilitate a ceasefire. Israel refused it every step of the way. Joe Biden made it seem as though Israel was not the actual responsible party for refusing to deal with a ceasefire, and it was actually Hamas that was ruining it. And that's what's crazy about the situation, because Joe Biden had virtually every moment, every opportunity, all the power, all the cards to stop this by forcing Israel to meet his demands. And for a lot of liberals, I think this is impossible to contend with. Okay. Giving Donald Trump the opportunity to take credit for the ceasefire is entirely in the hands of Joe Biden. Okay. That's it. It is entirely in the hands of Joe Biden. If you think that Trump, additional pressure from Trump and the whole like cut it out narrative that Trump applied in this situation, or maybe even a secret side deal that he cut with Benjamin Netanyahu, which will inevitably lead to possibly infinitely more bloodshed down the line, which I do believe he did. Okay. But if you think that Donald Trump was not the mover and shaker in this circumstance, and it was Biden, and he just like simply couldn't facilitate this for 15 whole months and was able to do so in the last second, you're out of your mind. Here it is. A diplomat briefed on the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas credited progress in the talks in part to the influence of President-elect Donald Trump, saying it was the first time there has been real pressure on the Israeli side to accept a deal. Who was ruining the deal? Who was refusing to abide by the deal? Was it Hamas? Was there more pressure necessary on Hamas? Was that the case, chatters? Did you learn nothing from my coverage for the past 15 months on this? Is that, you didn't hear anything? You just went, la, 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 can't hear you? No, Biden kept lying over and over again. Anthony Blinken kept lying over and over again throughout the entire process. There are numerous instances where I continuously showed you over and over again that Anthony Blinken would go on tour and openly state that it was actually Hamas that was the spoiler of the deal. It was actually not Israel that was the spoiler of the deal. It was Hamas. When we could see with our own two eyes who was actually spoiling the deal. So one must ask the question, why was Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden actively defending the Israeli side of the conversation? And why is everyone saying Trump pressured Netanyahu? Come on, man. Y'all are out of your goddamn minds if you think that the Biden administration finally packed this up. 2 weeks ago, Biden gave $8 billion of arms to Israel. 2 weeks ago. Not even, January 3rd, working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire. I guess you genuinely believe that when they were saying it. Yeah. The grossest side of this process is that Biden had all of the power. He is the president of the United States of America. He could have done this. He could have done this day one. He could have done this early October 2023. He could have done it in November. Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden actively sabotaged the peace talks, the ceasefire talks, and defended the Israeli side by lying to the public. Here it is. Blinken apparently tanks ceasefire negotiations by fabricating a story to make Netanyahu look good. One of the many lies the Biden-Harris admin told to shield Israel from criticism. This is from the Times of Israel reporting from a couple months back. He pointed to a meeting Blinken held with Netanyahu in August, after which the secretary announced that the Israeli premier had accepted a U.S. bridging proposal for a hostage deal. The Arab official, along with a member of Israel's negotiation team, told the Times of Israel that this was empathetically not what had unfolded in the meeting, and that Blinken's comments had thrown a major wrench in that round of talks, which ultimately fell apart. How many times do I have to show you the receipts? I mean, I was there. I was covering it in real time. If Democrats knew, this was a funny tweet from Ryan. If Democrats knew that losing the election might lead to a ceasefire in Gaza, they'd have fought harder to win. Yeah. Credit where credit is due. Okay. The Teflon Don. Teflon Don. He did it. The Mad Lad. He did it with a goddamn real estate developer he golfs with, too. That is how much power America has over Israel and not vice versa. Okay? It's all a matter of who holds the cards. It's all a matter of actually pulling the levers of power if necessary, whether it is because you have a grander ambition for the region, a larger design for the region down the line because you got $100 million from Miriam Adelson. There is no defense for the Democratic Party on this day. There is no defense. It's just untrue. You want something. You can be critical of Donald Trump. You can shit on Donald Trump, and I certainly will for the rest of this day. Okay? But in this very moment, if you are reaching so far and wide that you make it seem as though Joe Biden had anything to do with this, aside from routinely allowing Israel to just do whatever it wanted over and over and over and over again, you're out of your mind. Anyway. Yeah, remember the ceasefire button was a youthful TikTok fantasy. Here's Matthew Iglesias. I'm out of touch with the youth, but my sense is that there are now millions of pseudo-informed people gassed up on TikToks and Instagram Reels who believe there's some kind of permanent ceasefire button in the Oval Office that Biden is perversely refusing to press. So what happened? What happened? Did Trump find the button? Was it next to the Diet Coke button? What happened? How do we hit the button? It seems like there was a button. Everyone kept saying, Hasan, you are so childish. You are so childish for making it seem as though this is just a simple phone call away. A ceasefire is a simple phone call to Israel, okay? Not to Hamas. No applying pressure to Hamas. Like, they're literally Israel is genociding the Gaza Strip. What more pressure can you do than genociding an entire area where 2 million people once lived? That's it. You've maxed out on the pressure. Ridiculous. By the way, make no mistake, if Donald Trump also, just take photos is correct. If Trump is also able to overturn the TikTok ban too, oh my God, dude. It's an endless faucet of pro-Trump sentiment coming from, Trump is going to give the Republican Party the Reagan advantage for generations to come. Okay? And there is no liberal counter. There is no institutional counter to any of this stuff. He's just taking advantage of the ginormous failures, the patently and roundly panned awful decision making of the Democratic Party to make himself look good. The button was Bibi's candidate of choice for winning. You're out of your mind, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu has no say in this process. Okay? All they can do is try and undermine American interests in the region. But at the end of the day, if America's like, oh, yeah, you're going to continue killing people even though I want you to do this ceasefire. Okay, how about no more weapons? What's going to happen when they don't get Tamir interceptors, dude? What do you think would happen if American cruisers and aircraft carriers in the region go, okay, we're turning around then? What do you think happens to Israel then? What do you think happens to Israel without the 2,000-pound bombs that we were consistently sending to Israel as they kept literally running out of ammunition because they dropped multiple nukes worth of munitions on Gaza? What do you think would happen to Israel if America was like, all right, we're not protecting you anymore then? Are you out of your mind? What is the Iron Dome without Tamir interceptors? It's nothing. There is no world where Israel gets to do what it's doing without, and every step of the way, America saying, yeah, we love this. Keep going. We love it a lot, actually. Okay? We love it so much. Huh. Yeah, the Iron Dome without interceptors is an umbrella. It's not even an umbrella. It doesn't stop anything. The reality is the reason why nothing has happened for the whole time Biden was in power is because he's completely disabled. My friends, the intern in DC and young people that talk. No, I mean, Biden's ineptitude aside, like, they wanted this. The Democrats, as a administration, wanted this to continue. Okay? The narrative for Hogs is now Trump is just better at applying pressure. I mean, is it wrong? Is that wrong? Is that the wrong narrative? No, the real narrative is there's a button that must have been pressed somewhere along the line, and Trump was like, yeah, it's done. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want later down the line, but just cut this out right now. That's what I think. Okay, in this brief moment, there is a moment of solace here, and there will most likely be a tremendous amount of pain that comes later down the line. Okay, but ultimately, is it false? Is it false that Donald Trump, even when he wasn't president, was able to literally facilitate by applying pressure to Israel? Is it wrong? It's not. You got so much information coming out of the Biden White House where they actively told Israel, yeah, go blow shit up in Lebanon. It's great. We love it. You know, keep going. And even if you don't have insider information, you have outsider eyes to look at the situation. Every day there's another report of Biden being like, oh, I'm so angry with Benjamin Netanyahu. Here's another $8 billion of weapons, sir. That's crazy. Great, though. It seems like the same media apparatus that actively defended Israel's genocidal ambitions is now trying to reframe the narrative in an effort to give Biden credit 5 days before he leaves office, when he very clearly, openly, and openly kept lying at the behest of Israel over and over and over again. And it's great. It's great. You want to know why? Because people already don't trust mainstream media. Now they're going to go, what the fuck are you talking about? We have eyes. We have ears. We have a brain. I can see what Biden did for the past 15 months. Do you think Trump gets credit? I mean, Trump is going to get credit regardless. He's going to get credit from, obviously, every single outlet on the right. That's number one. And this is a credit-worthy moment, okay? And last but not least, I think that for many people that have noticed what is going on, many people that are aware of what's happening, they're going to continue trying to, people are going to despise Biden for coming out and saying like, no, we did this. We finally did this, Jack. Okay. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous narrative. Shocking.
Will hold.
I'm confident. Thank you.
Folks, credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke? Oh, thank you.
What is this? What's going on in Los Angeles will become fairly common in years to come unless the global community comes together, change our energy systems, and take on lies. Anyway, you're talking to people that did not give a shred of a damn about the genocide. They spent this year telling anyone who's pro-Palestine to shut the fuck up, never looked into it, so they think they can just make stuff up as an argument for Biden's legacy. Fuck Biden's legacy. His legacy is one of genocide. Okay? Does this mean the no new wars narrative is real? No, it's not. I mean, you guys understand, like, every single thing that has unfolded so far is exactly what I told you is going to happen, right? Like, this is not unexpected unless you weren't listening to what I was saying this entire time. I told you, I warned the Democratic Party when the election was happening that Donald Trump is going to cut a side deal with Benjamin Netanyahu. You have the power to end this now. Use it. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. I called this for months. I said this was going to happen. This exact same thing that is happening, I said is going to happen, and it's happening to a T, down to the wire. It is a 1-to-1 almost comparison of exactly what I said was going to happen. How is this shocking to anyone in this community? You guys just like plug your ears and close your eyes when I'm doing commentary on this? I've been saying this is going to happen for months. And now that it has, people still turn around and go, oh, I don't know about that. Now, it's not fully done anyway. Netanyahu says the Hamas folded on the dispute over the Philadelphia corridor, but as the several items in the framework have yet to be finalized, we hope the details will be finalized tonight. Yeah. Liberals in the chat trying to say this guy was actually the principal negotiator.
More than 15 months of conflict that began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th.
I'm just going to run that again just so because you didn't
More than 15 months of conflict that began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th.
Hezbollah on October the 7th did a brutal massacre? You think that guy did the ceasefire? That guy. He just remembered he had the power 5 days before he's out? What kind of ridiculous false reality are we living in where people even like entertain the notion that this is competent leadership in display? Of course, liberals are going to lose permanently and forever. You are making the most reactionary, stupid, mouth-breathing losers look sane when you try to literally justify anything that you're seeing here. Anything. Like, it's psychotic. It's QAnon. This is QAnon, okay? There is no difference functionally between trying to say Biden is a competent leader and he really tried really hard to facilitate a ceasefire, even though all evidence points to the direct contrary, okay? And he finally did it 5 days before his administration ended. The foreign policy genius, like, to me, running with that narrative is unironically no different than QAnon, being a QAnon supporter, thinking that there is like, he also said he spoke to the Emir of Kuwait to thank him for the ceasefire deal when he was, oh God, it was the Emir of Qatar. Oh my God. He doesn't have a PhD in foreign policy, chat. He's just that good. This is Twitch liberals right now. Most vindicated image in political history. Okay, smart guy, let's see you take a crack at it. Oh, I love that. Yeah, it turns out someone else did take a crack at it, dude. I mean, I covered this yesterday. Even the flex mode that, like, the fact that Donald Trump used a random real estate developer that he golfs with to be his envoy, to be his voice in the room. The fact that his envoy, his voice in the room, told Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't give a fuck about Shabbat. Like, and forced him to talk on a Saturday. These are aesthetic moves that is exactly in line with the way that Donald Trump plays hardball, okay? Like, straight up, he did that deliberately. That is supposed to, that right there, him not sending like a serious a serious person within his cabinet and tasking a random real estate developer that he golfs with to be the guy is already disrespectful. That's number one, okay? It's a way to reassert dominance. It's a way to show who's in charge here, okay? That's number one. Number two, the fact that that guy was also actively being like, yeah, I don't care. You're going to work on Saturday. I don't give a shit. Like, that is disrespectful. That is incredibly disrespectful, okay? But that kind of disrespect is exactly the way that Donald Trump, like a shitty real estate developer, would cut side deals. You know what I mean? To play hardball. This is why he won. Yeah, he did. Lib chatters parroting Matthew Miller. Miller says the ceasefire was conceived by this of by this administration and admin officials traveled the world to garner support for. Miller says this proposal dates to late May, and Biden went around the world getting support for it, which left Hamas isolated and alone. In fact, Hamas accepted the terms in May and again in July. They're still lying about it. That's what's crazy. Like, this is Hamas's proposal from May. And they're still actively lying to defend Israel after Benjamin Netanyahu fucked Joe Biden. Okay? Think about that. Like, even if you don't think Trump applied pressure, Benjamin Netanyahu actively fucked over Joe Biden. Okay? Actively. He was like, yeah, I'm not going to play ball. I'm not going to play ball. I'm not going to play ball at all. Okay? And they're still defending Israel to the last second of power. That is crazy. State Department briefing. The first is mid-December, just started. Matt Miller is excitedly talking about normalizing relations with Saudi Arabia since there's now a ceasefire. So it wasn't Biden then, but mainly Netanyahu. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Of course it was Biden. Biden holds all the cards. Biden controls the levers of power. We are the American government. Okay? What are you saying? Biden's incompetence in this process doesn't change the dynamic, doesn't change the power that he has, doesn't change that, like, the people in his inner circle actively wanted this to happen. Okay? Actively wanted this genocide to continue. That's it. That's it. Biden loves genocide. Make no mistake. He loved it. Okay? He loved every moment of it. And luckily for him, it is going to continue until the last day that he's in office. Okay? The Democrats alongside Biden also loved it. Okay? They did. Seemingly they did. They didn't do enough about it. They didn't do anything about it. They applied zero pressure. There were a couple Democrats who did, and that's it. And they were cast aside. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. If you expect me to just sit here and lie to you and act like Biden actually did this last-ditch effort to finally press the Netanyahu government, that's ridiculous. It's not going to... You want me to lie to you. You know what I mean? You want me to actively lie to you to feel better. Okay? I get it. I hate Donald Trump. So I understand why in this very moment you're like, well, still, maybe it wasn't. Why are you giving credit to Trump? It's like giving credit to Reagan. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you giving credit to Trump? He cut a side deal with Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay. Whose fault is it that the genocide continued in that process? Who's doubly at fault here for allowing this to be an election defeating issue? It's Biden. It's Biden and the rest of the Democratic Party and those in positions of power who had every opportunity to stop what was going on, even when it was electorally beneficial, even when it was the moral thing to do, even when it was the right thing to do, and they chose not to do it. Make no mistake. That's it. There's no way out of there's no way out of this situation logically. Like, think about it logically. Think about what you're saying. Okay? Think about what you're defending in this process. I tweeted this a couple days ago. Okay? I said, I guess Trump is an infinitely better statesman than the foreign policy genius Biden. Or maybe Biden wanted to continue killing Palestinian children so bad, he was willing to throw the election away. And now for $100 million, Trump will likely allow the permanent annexation of West Bank. So what is it? Is it that Trump is a better deal maker? Or what was it that Biden just couldn't do this for 15 months and simply got himself ready to muster up the courage to finally do what's right? Is that what you think? Hasan, definitely a CIA operative. It gets more clear every day. Bro just ignores the Republicans unanimously support Israel for the last 4 years. Hasan, definitely a CIA operative. It gets more clear every day. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, I am a CIA operative. That's right. I'm a part of the deep state, working to defend Donald Trump, actually. Yeah. Why am I a CIA operative? Because I'm criticizing the guy who defended Israel for the past 15 months as Israel continued to do a genocide. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. If you are oblivious to the reality of what unfolded for the past 15 months, and if you still choose at this very moment to give some semblance of support to a dying man who is a genocidal monster, Joe Biden, okay, as though he had any say in this process whatsoever, you will forever be blinded to the truth. You will always find yourself going, I wonder why. I wonder how I got things so wrong. And it's not like this was unexpected. This is something that I told you was going to happen. Okay? This is something that I told you was going to happen over and over again. Trump's greater ambitions for allowing Israel to absolutely destroy the West Bank and permanently annex it will most likely unfold later down the line. But they need a moment of respite, Israel, to rearm, resupply, okay? Try to rebuild the PR disaster of 15 months of genocide. Trump will offer them all of the assurances, all of the security, endless contracts, okay? And that is something that I'm very fearful of. They've attacked Jenin already today. They haven't stopped attacking Jenin. They haven't stopped attacking the West Bank. And they're most likely going to do a much larger push. They're most likely going to do a much larger push down the line when they have the actual capacity to do so. They got their shit pushed in Lebanon. Okay? The Israeli economy is on fire. They have to rebuild a little bit before they can make an active effort to permanently annex the West Bank. Trump is going to give them the bandwidth. I read this from Elon Pape this morning. Historically, I'm willing to say with some caution that this is the last phase of Zionism. Historically, such developments and ideological movements, whether they are colonials or empires, it's usually the final chapter that is the ruthless one, the most ambitious one, and then it's too much, and then they fall and collapse. Yes. Netanyahu had absolutely no respect for Biden. It doesn't matter if Netanyahu has no respect for Biden. I agree with you. He didn't, okay? He treated him like a fool, like a doddering old fool over and over and over again. But guess what? Biden has the power. Biden had the power every single day of the week. Biden had the power on October 8th to stop Israel. You understand that? None of the death and destruction would have taken place if Biden made a phone call and said, cut it out. He stopped it in 2021 with one singular phone call, as many presidents in the past have done so. If you think, like, this is the thing that is very frustrating to me, okay? Israel is a violent apartheid regime that is a settler colonial enterprise benefits America's interests in the region. That much is true, which is why Israel gets a lot of bandwidth in doing whatever it wants, and even sometimes actually undermining the American intelligence community, spying on Americans, spying on American diplomats, things of that nature. That's because there is a larger agenda there, okay? But a lot of people, I think, fall into this silly way of thinking where they think like, oh, well, Israel owns America. Like, no, Israel doesn't own America. America owns Israel. Israel is our weapon. Israel is our shield. Israel is our settler colony. We took it over from the British, and it's been ours in perpetuity, okay? The British started the process, and we took it over, and it's been ours. It's the 51st state for a reason. So the idea that like Biden was being made fun of and being bullied by Netanyahu and thinking that that has any sort of play here, aside from reasserting the idiotic nature of Joseph Robinette Brandon, is so silly. It's so stupid. It's false. It's false thinking. Want to remind everyone that the majority of Americans think Israel's committing genocide. Overwhelming majorities want a permanent ceasefire, and it could have been done with a 10-minute phone call from the White House that ends with no more weapons till you listen. I said this on August 7th, 2024, a month after Biden came out and lied and said this is Israel's own deal. Israel refused to sign the deal. Scahill said today that the Trump won the ceasefire narrative is true, but it also shouldn't be overstated, as it also works to give Netanyahu domestic political coverage with it being so unpopular. What do you think about that? It doesn't matter. I'm not covering this from like the Israeli side of things. Benjamin Netanyahu is self-interested, and part of the reason why he probably did this is because he truly believes that Trump has his back. Okay. Hold on. Anyway, I know Bernie gave me a shout out. I know. I'm not gonna cover that right now. We're covering something else. Did Twitter just go down? What is going on? My Twitter is busted right now. Yeah. Here, I want to show you two different things as well that make no sense in terms of like the way that Biden and Kamala Harris operated. Look at this. Number one, adults' historical rating of U.S. presidents. How do you think each of the following presidents would go down in history? As an outstanding president, above average, average, below average, or poor? 37% said poor about Joseph Robinette Brandon. The lowest, the number one at the, it has the highest level of disapproval, okay? And the second highest net positive or disapproval, net negative approval rating. After, well, I guess the third, technically wrong. Or no, that's positive. What am I saying? It's the second lowest. Basically trying to compete with Richard Nixon. And the only reason why Nixon actually ended up defeating Biden in that equation of historic levels of unpopularity is not because of his net disapprovals, or not net, sorry, his disapproval rating. It's because of the fact that there were very few people, there were less people that were saying he was doing a good job. Anyway, are you gonna play Dummy Falastini? I already did. New poll. It's clear Harris lost a lot of votes because of Biden's admin support for Israel's genocide. Our poll out today with YouGov finds Biden 2020 voters who did not vote for Harris name ending Israel's violence in Gaza as the top issue affecting their choice to vote. Oh, wow. That's shocking. Even higher than the economy. 29%. When Biden 2020 voters who do not vote for Harris in 2024 were asked which one of the following issues was most important in deciding your vote, they selected ending Israel's violence in Gaza. The second most important was the economy. Third most important was Medicare and Social Security. This issue played a key role in battleground states as well. Across 6 battleground states that flipped from Biden and Trump, 20% of these voters said ending Israel's violence in Gaza was their top issue, the second most cited reason behind only the economy. Remember that. And I showed you 30 plus polls on this matter throughout the election. And I begged people to listen, and no one did. And here we are, and people are still trying to play catch up and you know, actively make it seem like the reality that unfolded in front of your eyes is actually not real. I don't know why it's so hard for a lot of chatters to comprehend that, like, Biden wanted to ride Israel's dick so hard that he would die on it, okay? He wanted to die on that penis. That's it. And he killed the Democratic Party's chances of thwarting the second Fourth Reich installation in the United States of America. That's it. Here we are. Here we fucking are, dude. And people are still trying to actively make it seem as though he did a fantastic job here. It's crazy. There's going to be additional battles here with allowing third-party investigators into and NGOs into Gaza. Israel's going to try to stop that. Donald Trump is probably going to play a role in not allowing that to happen. Okay, there's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more violence to come. There's going to be a lot more hatred and awfulness to come out of this process. I do not for a second believe that Donald Trump is in any way, shape, or form invested in the defense of Palestinians. But make no mistake, that doesn't mean that Joe Biden was in any way, shape, or form invested in the defense of Palestinians either. None of them are. Of course, the only judge that ruled for Israel gets to be the next president of the ICJ. Oh, great. Major shift at the ICJ as pro-Israel judge poised for presidency. Great stuff. This is why I'm so frustrated. Because Palestinians have no allies in any of these institutions. None whatsoever. The only ally the Palestinians have is the truth. Okay? The only ally the Palestinians have is morality. And that's what's crazy about it, because these institutions are deeply immoral. It's a terrifying predicament. Even if this was Biden's ceasefire, the idea that he will be remembered for this and not for how long he let the genocide go on is a liberal fantasy. He had the ability to get this exact deal through at least 8 months ago. Could have done something else even earlier. Also, normies are never going to see this as a Biden's deal. They'll see it as Trump's deal if they remember it at all. Yeah. Good threads on some initial thoughts on the ceasefire from Yusuf Munayer. A few thoughts on the ceasefire agreement which seems to be reached, perhaps even announced from Doha in the coming hour. Thank God. The 2 million people in Gaza who have paid the highest price over the last 15 months desperately need this evil genocide to come to an end. From mass killing to starvation to ethnic cleansing and displacement, what they have endured is not something anyone should have to endure. The world has failed them time and time again, and we must hang our heads in shame for these failures before them. The effects of this genocide over the last 15 months And let's hope the bombs stop permanently now. We'll still be killing Palestinians for years to come, from unexploded ordnance to the destruction of the health system, the cancer-causing poison that has saturated Gaza's landscape from Israeli bombs. The mass killing of Palestinians is likely to continue even if it shifts forms. It is also highly likely that Israel will continue to bomb Gaza after the ceasefire agreement, just as it did in Lebanon. The exchanges make this a little different, but constant monitoring from the guarantors will be needed to ensure it doesn't just continue after or during phase one of the exchange. From the U.S. end, the enforcement will come from the Trump admin, so we will see how that goes. This ceasefire could have been achieved months ago. Since the 7th of October, the Biden administration and Netanyahu have been navigating a process of finding out how to swallow the failures of that day, and their only answer has been to attempt to wash it away with ever more Palestinian blood. This didn't work despite their best efforts, though Netanyahu, for now, is in a more secure political place than he was in late 2023. That is the main reason we are seeing a deal be agreed to by Israel, even as Palestinians have been offering an exchange and calling for a ceasefire since October 2023. Netanyahu and Trump would like to make it seem like the ceasefire is a product of Trump's magic, but it is primarily a product of Israel's failures on the ground. Their military has succeeded in destroying Gaza and civilian life, but Hamas's numbers, according to Blinken yesterday, haven't changed much, which is the least shocking thing of all time. After 15 months, this is exactly what happened with the Taliban too. After 15 months, the Israeli military was still taking losses in towns they cleaned multiple times. In the process, the Israeli military probably killed numerous Israeli hostages. Since Hamas has been long willing to make an exchange deal since October 2023, 9th of October 2023 is the first time that they were like, don't go into the Gaza Strip and we'll release all the hostages and give us a port and release Palestinian prisoners. Some shape or form of this ceasefire negotiation that has been implemented has been pushed by the Hamas side since October 9th. Okay? Straight up. 30 plus times they put forth a deal for a ceasefire that looked almost identical to the ceasefire deal that is in front of us now. They could make a deal when they were ready to say yes, so they played it out alongside American politics and delivered this little victory to Trump while thoroughly embarrassing Biden, who has done everything possible to suck up to the Israelis anyway, even if it meant losing the White House to Trump. He will truly go down as the worst president in U.S. history. Netanyahu knows this round has run its time out, and he's hoping to cash in his credit with Trump, whom he will have less leverage over in the short term to continue his theocratic expansionist dreams in the West Bank. Lebanon and Syria. While the pace of killing will hopefully slow in Gaza, Israel will likely escalate and extend its violence elsewhere. Do not take your eyes off Palestine. This is precisely what Netanyahu was counting on. Exactly. Haaretz is reporting that Netanyahu is already starting to sabotage the deal. Netanyahu's deal with Smotrich means abandoning 65 hostages in Gaza. Haaretz's Zvi Barel confirms the government has no intention of transitioning to phase 2. Breaking. Netanyahu promised to keep Smotrich include explicit commitment to resume the war after phase 1 until Hamas defeat, change combat conditions including heavier weapons, limiting humanitarian aid, annexing territory, and encouraging immigration. So they want to settle northern Gaza. That has been their primary purpose of this, okay? That's what they want to do. That's what Bezalel Smotrich wants to do. That's what Itamar Ben-Gvir wants to do. And he's giving them assurances. Now, having said that, if this translates to some kind of retaliation, encouraging immigration, forced displacement. Yeah, encouraging immigration both from the settler side and forced displacement for the Palestinians. This is what I predicted would happen in my 2024 predictions. If you recall, it just took an extra year. It didn't happen in the year 2024, but basically that is their grand ambition in 2025. They ultimately want the entirety of the Gaza Strip. They want they want mass ethnic displacement in the Gaza Strip and to basically completely repopulate it. Now that is the far right of the cabinet that is filled to the brim with far right individuals, regardless. Like the Likudnik are also obviously far right. Anyway, I am still fearful that I am still fearful that they will drop they will drop this deal. But I think that makes Trump look bad, and Trump cares about the way he looks, especially if like people care about what's going on in Palestine right now. When eyes are on the prize, like Trump wants a gift for his inauguration. Basically, it sounds stupid, it sounds silly, but I'm sure he's made side assurances to Benjamin Netanyahu that he will protect Benjamin Netanyahu. But ultimately, he has the power. Yeah. I said Bibi would give Trump an optics win at first and then go harder. Exactly. But that means there must be an optics win in the interim, in the short term. And if if Benjamin Netanyahu keeps pummeling Gaza in the interim, in the short term, that doesn't give Trump the optics win. And I told you this down to the minutia, like down to the very last detail. This is what I said is most likely going to take place. So far, that is seemingly what is likely taking place. Do I think anyone from the State Department will get legal recourse? No. Anyway.
On his Truth Social. This epic ceasefire agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November, as it signaled to the entire world that my administration would seek peace and negotiate deals to ensure the safety of all Americans and our allies. I am thrilled American and Israeli hostages will be returned.
Didn't you say you'd praise Trump if he had a hand in this? I did. I gave him I wore the Trump hat. Everyone got mad at me. Yes, I said that. I also said that Donald Trump is not going to end the apartheid. In a conversation with Bradley Martin, if you remember, I told him that there might be some semblance of a ceasefire negotiation, and I will give him credit where credit is due if he facilitates this, because at the end of the day, I want there to be a ceasefire. I want the Palestinians to no longer be murdered in the way that they have been for the past 15 months. Okay, and that I will give credit where credit is due. Having said that, however, I don't think Trump is going to end the apartheid. And he certainly will not. If you think that he will, well, you're delusional.
Returning home to be reunited with their families and loved ones. With this deal in place, my national security team, through the efforts of Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, will continue to work closely with Israel and our allies to make sure Gaza never, all caps, again becomes a terrorist safe haven. We will continue promoting, again, all caps, peace through strength throughout the region as we build upon the momentum of the ceasefire to further expand the historic Abraham Accords. This is only the beginning of great things to come in America and indeed the world. We have achieved so much without even being in the White House. Just imagine all the wonderful things that will happen when I return to the White House and my administration is fully confirmed so they can secure more victories to the United States. Before we go to our next guest, I want to ask to hear from potentially the incoming Secretary of State at his very own hearing today, was asked about Gaza and the war there. Let's watch Marco Rubio.
Why is acknowledging the facts of what happened considered glazing? Because people only look at things through this black and white dynamic, no matter how equipped they think they are with a materialist lens, with a materialist analysis. They just only see it as like good, bad dynamics. They see everything as a binary. And obviously Donald Trump is a monstrous piece of shit, but even monstrous piece of shit can sometimes do good things because it's beneficial to them. Okay? Or sometimes do good things in the interim so they can do horrible things later down the line when people aren't paying that much attention. Donald Trump's reinforcement of the Abraham Accords Okay. Something that the Biden administration also continued, by the way, just so you understand, is in line with exactly what I'm saying. Okay? Donald Trump is going to further isolate Palestinians from every other regional actor. Donald Trump is going to continue the Biden administration's agenda of letting Israel do whatever it wants in the region to erode whatever resistance capabilities that Iran and Iranian proxies have. Okay? And then try to deliver a final blow, most likely to Iran. They have a grand design. Okay. Yeah, bro. Pretend you are not super happy about what happened. You have the mental faculties of a sea cucumber. If you think that I am not celebrating, I did. And I do continue to give credit to Donald Trump for applying the pressure necessary in the short term. And I will continue criticizing the Democratic Party for refusing to apply this pressure, and actually change trajectory. Because I understand that the Democratic Party and the Republicans are in line when it comes to like operating like neocons do. The Democrats just did a better, the Democrats basically did a worse job overall, not better job, but did a worse job overall of just like presenting it as like pure, straightforward neocon nonsense. Parading Liz Cheney around. Try to do a I see you, I hear you nonsense. Oh, I see you, I hear you. But like the genocide must continue. I see you, I hear you, but the baby killing must go on. Okay? We are not satiated. Yeah. Here is a drop site, more drop site coverage on this.
Became the president.
With Mohammed Shahada, Jeremy Scahill, and Professor Sami Al-Aryan from Istanbul.
What's your assessment of how significant Trump's interventions have been since he became the president-elect?
Monumental. So until recently, mediators would tell me that everything would change if Biden would only name and shame Netanyahu, call him out publicly for rejecting and refusing the ceasefire repeatedly since May last year. So basically, everything that was changed is just Trump jumping in and doing that, nothing more. All he needed to do was just apply a little bit of pressure on Netanyahu and say, get a deal done. Netanyahu got it done immediately. Whereas for Biden, as a senior Arab diplomat put it recently to me, she said, Biden is just ideological. Trump is transactional. He's a businessman. Biden, his heart is in it. He's fully devoted to supporting Israel. And he sees any pressure on Israel as, quote, tainting his legacy. He wants his legacy to be the most pro-Israeli president there is ever. So he chose that legacy over Kamala Harris's chance or opportunity to win. Now with Trump, there is another dimension, as Dr. Sami mentioned, there's a transactional dimension that we don't know about yet. We know, of course, that Trump's pressure on Netanyahu sealed the deal. That is something that is undoubted. In the very last minutes of the negotiations, Netanyahu tried to maneuver by insisting on a couple hundred meters of the buffer zone. So now it's 700 meters. He wanted it to be 900 instead. And then Steve Witkoff had to press him and get that compromise out of him, and other issues as well, without which a deal would have never been sort of completed. But on the other hand, we are getting reports from Israeli media that are saying that Trump gave Netanyahu a gift bag in return, and that gift bag includes a promise to allow Israel to violate the ceasefire and provide them with cover for it. So in other words, to resume the war in Gaza as soon as the first phase is completed, never going into phase 2, just getting 33 hostages out and then back to war again. The gift bag also reportedly includes lifting all Israeli settlers.
I agree with everything that Mohammed is saying here, by the way. Okay. Trump is no friend of the Palestinians. Make no mistake. Okay. Trump is no friend to the Palestinian people at all. And he is as good as an ally as Israel can ever get. Okay? So we shall see what happens. But in the interim period, remember, if you consider Joe Biden to somehow be better than Donald Trump, you have to remember that he had the power to do this months ago, a year ago. At any step in the process, he had the power to do this. Okay? And he chose not to. So functionally, there is no difference when genocide is ongoing. You are a genocidaire. And it's doubly messed up that you can turn around and give Israel's greatest ally another W in the Western world and another W in the eyes of the Palestinians as well. That's it.
Extremists, settler organizations, is really shady tech companies like NSO that is responsible for the Pegasus spyware, lifting all sanctions on those companies and individuals. And number 3, allowing Israel.
Like, can you imagine losing this hard to a guy that uses the term Palestinian as a pejorative, as a slur? Like, on this issue. Trump was president 8 years ago. Why didn't he stop it back then? What are you talking about? Trump set the stage for October 7 and what Israel did in the aftermath of October 7. What are you talking about? Donald Trump's Abraham Accords, permanent recognition of the permanent annexation of Syrian territory, Golan Heights, the embassy move to Jerusalem, directly led to Palestinians feeling increasingly more isolated. Okay? He set the stage. Biden also continued it, didn't go back on any of those decisions, and then kept steadily rearming the Israeli government as it continued its genocide, while simultaneously going, oh man, we're just really working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire. Okay? American foreign policy is uniparty. It is bipartisan. Okay? American policy on Israel only goes in one direction. And Republicans do have a tendency to make things worse, at least historically. And I suspect that Trump will make things worse for what is to come down the line. But if the Democratic Party actually wanted to stop this because they cared about the Palestinians or the bloodshed or anything, if they cared about winning this election, they would have applied this pressure instead of Donald Trump. And they didn't.
A major chunk, a major land grab or land theft in the West Bank. So that might be the case. It checks out. The other thing is that this morning, until the very last minute, we're getting reports from Netanyahu saying that he's telling Bezalel Smotrich, no, don't worry. It's only going to be a pause. It's not the end of the war. We will resume the war again. And in return, Smotrich asking for, quote, forcing Gaza migration as one of his conditions, is that even if there is a ceasefire, even if the war ends, you need to maintain conditions in Gaza as hell on earth, make it as uninhabitable as possible, ban concrete and cement from going in like Israel did in 2014, prevent reconstruction, and then people will leave, will have no option but to leave or face death by starvation, cold, or disease. So that's
just on its face, the optics are insane. This dude is a real estate developer. Yeah, you do understand that that is deliberate. Okay? Like, the fact that he sent this guy from Mar-a-Lago and not like a former State Department official that is going to be in his current cabinet or whatever is also by design. The fact that this person was de facto Trump, right? Like, this guy is Donald Trump. Stephen Witkoff was going to operate as though he is Trump, right? So Donald Trump sending him over is a fuck you, okay, is a way to reassert dominance, to basically say, like, we are the ones who hold all the cards. That's number one. Number two, like, forcing Netanyahu to come and work on a Saturday. That is optically something that Democrats are terrified of doing, that Donald Trump would absolutely do. That's like a classic real estate, like shady real estate guy who's like, no, I'm the one with the dick, okay? I'm the one who holds all the cards, not you. Okay? And they did that. They pushed for... They were the ones who actively, according to people involved in the deal-making process, they're the ones who finally actually pressured the one party that was stopping this deal from going through, Netanyahu. And I do think that there are side deals that they likely committed to in secret, and we will see what that looks like down the line. But for the time being, okay, if you think that Trump's pressure did not actually play a role, you are wrong. Even if it's purely performative, even if it was purely for optics, even if it was purely to start the new administration with a big W, okay? You have to recognize that Donald Trump read the room, saw that there was unimaginable amount of anger and resentment towards what the Americans were doing with our tax dollars, which, make no mistake, I do not think that Donald Trump is going to stop giving weapons to Israel, okay? He is, if anything, he's going to give more weapons to Israel than Joe Biden, if that's even possible. Okay? But understand that he basically he played a very significant role in, forcing Netanyahu to heel here, at least in the short term. So keep spamming. I agree with you on a lot, but giving Trump credit for this is insane. You can spam it all day, every day. Okay? I still fear that what will come next is going to be significantly worse. But in this moment, it was Trump's pressure. Okay? It's so funny because this reminds me of a time when I spoke about Donald Trump, giving Donald Trump credit for like how he dealt with the Korean affairs, where he basically was like, yeah, I will do the peace through strength stuff, right? But also simultaneously, he was like, I'm gonna take a sidestep here. I'm going to let the South Korean administration and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea get together and hash it out themselves. And I will, and at the time the North Korean demands were to no longer do military training in the region in a show of dominance, and he actually abided by that. And I remember Rachel Maddow getting very mad at Donald Trump, saying like he wants to suck and fuck Vladimir Putin, and also he wants to have gay sex with Kim Jong-un or whatever. And liberals kept going crazy over Russiagate narratives, consistently claiming that Donald Trump actually was doing the wrong thing and that we need to escalate military pressure on North Korea. And it was actually the right thing to do. Trump did the right thing there. It was one of the only instances where Donald Trump was correct on his foreign policy in a sea of horrible things that he did. There is no partisanship in this regard. Anyway. Why were you trying to stop cussing? I mean, I was, but it's hard for me not to cuss here because, you got a lot of people going crazy. Here's Washington Post's own reporting on this from Evan Hill. A diplomat briefed on the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas credited progress in the talks, in part to the influence of President-elect Donald Trump, saying it was the first time there has been real pressure on the Israeli side to accept the deal. A diplomat, this is from Susanna Georgia, WAPO. A diplomat briefed on the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas credited progress in the talks in part to the influence of President-elect Donald Trump, saying it was the first time there's been real pressure on the Israeli side to accept the deal. Indirect talks between Israel and Hamas were deadlocked for months. The contours of the current deal suggested the Israeli negotiators offered concessions on issues that had previously impeded a breakthrough, according to the diplomat who spoke in an interview Wednesday on the condition of anonymity to discuss the closed-door discussions. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, has attended the talks in Doha, the Qatari capital. The negotiations also have been aided by Hamas's diminished position, the diplomat said. Hamas doesn't have the capacity to say no to anything. Since the October death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, the militant group's officials in Doha have held fewer high-level meetings and rarely used its official office in the Qatari capital, the diplomat added. What did Hamas get in the end of the deal? A chance of living? I'm so confused. Yes, an end to the genocide, and also getting Palestinian prisoners that have been permanently detained by Israel to be released from prison, and also literally the same demands that they've had since the beginning. Yeah, they get they also don't get assassinated across the board. Because remember, Benjamin Netanyahu kept stating his goal was the complete dismantling of Hamas over and over again. The complete dismantling of Hamas. Hamas will never exist in the Gaza Strip. And instead of actually doing that, which was already something that Israeli generals openly stated was an impossible goal, by the way. Some of those generals were removed from those positions too. Like you had war criminals like Yoav Gallant, who are no longer a part of the war cabinet, no longer the defense minister, who is an out and about war criminal, who said the Palestinians are beasts, like we have to starve them, we have to not allow them to have electricity or whatever. Like that guy was saying, there's no way that we can militarily end Hamas. It's like a ridiculous goal. It's not real. It's just a silly thing that Benjamin Netanyahu's repeating. Okay? That war criminal was correct in that assessment. Why is Trump doing the ceasefire? He can still allow Israel to annex the West Bank without the ceasefire. Israel cannot annex the West Bank while it's also simultaneously having its troops get blown up with IEDs and bathtub homemade rocket launchers in the Gaza Strip. Israel has to lick its wounds and re-up and rearm in order to do a full-blown permanent annexation of the West Bank.
On a potential hostage deal.
Do you agree that a permanent ceasefire in Gaza absolutely must include the release of those hostages?
Well, it must include it because if it doesn't, there won't be a ceasefire for long. That is the linchpin of what's happened now. Hamas has been severely degraded, but these people, that include a number of American citizens, need to be home as soon as possible, and that will remain a priority in any engagement that we're involved in with regards to not just a ceasefire, but some permanent peace process.
Mark my words, Trump may have forced Netanyahu's hand on the ceasefire deal, but the incoming president will reward Israel with the recognition of his future annexations in the West Bank and through a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia. No, I that's my assessment as well. That's what I also believe.
process moving forward.
Now, we have been reporting that it is not unlikely that Marco Rubio would become the next Secretary of State. He's having a smooth day so far. We've been picking up some sound and clips for you and playing those when we can. But he is one of 6 people today who are in confirmation hearings, pulling Trump's vision potentially into place. And you see the imminence with which, particularly those people who will handle our diplomacy and our fighting forces, those people are very important all the time, but particularly now, if part of this deal is going to release hundreds of killers that we know of as terrorists in the Middle East back onto the open market for themselves. I want to bring in a man who knows this very well. He is the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, David Freeman. And Ambassador, you and I were together the day that Donald Trump in his first term moved the embassy, importantly, from a political location from some in the world to its home city, Jerusalem. As you watch this now, tie it all together for me, the journey that we've taken in the last 466 days since this war began.
Well, Harris, thanks for having me. And what I would say is that when, God willing, that first picture emerges of a hostage being reunited with his or her family, I will be in tears. 10 million Israelis will be in tears, and probably hundreds of millions of other people around the world will be in tears. It's been that traumatic and difficult, and my enduring thanks to my old friend, who I knew could do this, President Trump, for getting this done. It's so important to so many people.
Look, I want to quote a guest that we had on a few moments ago with Kaylee, Shahrazani. He said something that made such an impression on me. As long as Hamas is in power, war will never end. So he said whether this ceasefire potentially would last 42 days or whatever it would last, Hamas is going to do what it does until Hamas is no longer.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important point, because some people, I think, are misinterpreting this as some kind of a capitulation to Hamas or an agreement that Hamas can continue to rule the Gaza Strip. Well, President Trump, first of all, I was hearing his comment just in real time as you put it out. He put the words "never again" in capital letters, that never again will Hamas rule the Gaza Strip, and I think that's important. And when you think about this team that President Trump has assembled, of course, his own words themselves. You heard Mike Waltz earlier today say that the Hamas has to be decapitated. You heard your colleague Pete Hegseth testifying yesterday that he supported the.
Yeah, they're gearing up for. Okay, in 42 days. Okay, the phase 1 of this ceasefire agreement is going to be over. And what they're doing here is manufacturing consent for the aftermath of that process, where Benjamin Netanyahu will go back and be like, well, Hamas is still there. This is another thing that I also warned people about. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and act like this is a bad thing overall, because ultimately it's a good thing that there is a ceasefire. Okay. That is a good thing. That is not a bad thing. Any kind of ceasefire is a good thing. Okay. Like, what's the alternative? That we just keep letting Gaza get bombed over and over again, nonstop? Like, even if there is a 42-day respite from the bombing, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Okay. This is another thing that I pointed out to yesterday. Charles Lister, per U.S. intel, Hamas has recruited at least as many new fighters as Israel has killed since October 2023. That's long been inevitable, and they're likely more committed to an even less forgiving cause than before. To which I quote tweeted, I said, while this is an incredibly common thing that happens in every instance of Western intervention, I can't help but feel like it's partially being reported on to create the groundwork for permanent military action in Gaza out of security concerns post-ceasefire. So I think that I think that all the conversations that you're having about people, all the conversations that you're having, that you're seeing on mainstream news, whether it be from the left or the right, whether it be from Fox News or other liberal outlets, about Hamas's resurgence is specifically to run defense for what is to come.
The killing of every single member of Hamas. You heard future Secretary Marco Rubio saying that there'll never be a ceasefire if Hamas stays in power. You've got Brian Mast, who's the incoming leader of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. When he was asked, where do you stand on Hamas, he said, I stand on their throats. So there is no ambiguity here that there's no future for Hamas. And frankly, I think it's the recognition by Hamas that their days are numbered. You know, that there is no future for them, that caused them to make a deal today that frankly, people had thought they agreed to 7 months ago, but apparently weren't willing to do. So I think this is all because of their recognition that with the incoming administration, they have no future.
Well, they cut it close. We're 5 days away. Can you just stay with me for a moment? There are two things that are playing out simultaneously that are a little unbelievable. So on the left of your screen in Tel Aviv, there is the celebration of hope and anticipation that hostages will soon be freed. On the right side, they are celebrating in Gaza. Let's listen to Gaza for a moment. Yeah, I was told we would have the sound of that. Let me know to the team when we do. Ambassador Friedman, what are they celebrating?
I wonder.
I mean,
what could they be celebrating? Maybe like a semblance, a crumb of hope that the genocide is over, even though it most likely is not. You know, maybe that they can have more humanitarian aid come in. Maybe they can go back to their homes or what remains of their homes. Maybe the fact that they don't have to like constantly fear when they hear buzzing in the air that they're about to be eviscerated.
Probably being sold to them as some sort of a victory. And look, it's hard.
Be so for real? Not this crazy? What do you mean? Bros Delulu? Wait, you think that's not what they're celebrating? What do you think they're celebrating? Oh, I cannot wait to do more anti-Semitism. Oh, not you, Hasan. Like, I can't wait, brother. We are going to do so much anti-Semitism now. Oh, no. The fact that they... The fact that they have stopped the genocide for 1 second, the most moral military, means we can do more anti-Semitism.
It's hard for Israelis to watch the people, the Hamas supporters celebrating, but that celebration is going to be short-lived. I mean, right now this is about getting the hostages back, and Israel's paying a high price to get them back. But, Israel's not agreeing to end the war. Hamas has no future, and I'm hoping, I'm skeptical, but I'm hoping that maybe some of them are celebrating the possibility that Hamas is coming to an end. That with this.
What an animal this guy is. David Friedman, former U.S. ambassador to Israel. He's like, I'm hoping they're celebrating for the right reasons. It's like, dude, you are such a ginormous piece of shit. Just a purely evil psychopath, dude. I hate these people so much. They're barely people. Animals, all of them. They better be celebrating the right things.
This, Hamas loses its leverage, and maybe someone can come in and rule the Gaza Strip, which is less malign. But I'm not a very good psychologist into the minds of these people.
No. I was hoping to get some audio, but now we have a little bit more light on the situation. They are on each other's shoulders and looking jubilant. And as you say, wait, we can hear some of it now.
Israel fears human rights organizations actually going into the Gaza Strip to show the full scale of the damage and the atrocities. So I think that they will probably do everything in their power to stop that from happening. I suspect that they will try to do everything in their power to ensure that this does not happen. The sad part is the bombing might not even stop. Yeah, I mean, the way that these things goes, the next 4 days are going to be bleak. Israel has a tendency to escalate the violence. Israel has a tendency to escalate the violence all the way until the very last moment. Okay? Oh, damn. My interview with Bernard Sanders actually made it to Daily Mail. That's cool. Bernie Sanders delivers scathing verdict on longtime ally Joe Biden as president prepares to leave office. Bernie Sanders said that Joe Biden's biggest failure as president was not being strong enough or able to communicate his economic policies to ordinary working class Americans. While he claimed Biden's record on domestic policy was strong, Sanders told streamer Hasan Piker that the president fell short on his goals. He has not been the kind of leader and communicator that made the record understandable to the American people. Despite listing several things he felt Biden had done in his 4 years, including being unashamedly pro-labor, Sanders said that Biden had ultimately been a disappointment. The truth is, given where the American worker is today, it is simply not enough, he said. Sanders claimed Biden should have gone further on his progressive agenda, raising the minimum wage and expanding Medicare. The Vermont socialist even went as far as naming something Biden did poorly compared to Donald Trump. Biden has accomplished a lot, but he does not do what Trump does and identify enemies, he said. He said that while Trump tends to place the blame on migrants or transgender people, Biden refuses to use equally strong messaging on corporate greed. Uncle B. Trump considers executive order hoping to save TikTok from ban in U.S. law. This just in. Statement from the mediators. Oh, from 2 minutes ago. Okay, I'm going to have Jeremy Scale on in a second to talk about this stuff. Hold on. I love when the Dems muzzled Tim Walz when he tried to be the fighter we needed. Yeah. I also told you, like, I'm not like a believer that TikTok will definitely get banned. I don't think that is the case, but hold on. Journalists seeing the aftermath is inevitable. When it finally happens, do you think any consequences will unfold for Israel? I'll just say this. I'm talking to some journalists who have operated inside of Gaza, who are from Gaza, and I'm working already to potentially go in as well if there is ever an opportunity to do so. I'm just letting you guys know in terms of going into Gaza. It is very dangerous, obviously, with how Israel operates in that area. But let's see if there's a way to safely do such a thing. Like I said, the key term here, the key phrase here is if it's safely. If it can be done safely, I will try to do it. All right, I'm going to call Jeremy now. Okay. Hold on. Hello? Jeremy, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you, but you are a little low. Hold on. Let me pop this out real quick. Boom. Can you hear me?
I got you. Am I still low?
Yeah, you're still low, but I can also increase your volume on my end. All right, we're good. We're good. This is fine.
I'm an old man.
No, I feel you. Ladies and gentlemen, investigative reporter Jeremy Scale of Drop Site News, formerly of The Intercept and many other places, is here with us right now. And we're going to be talking about the events that unfolded earlier today, or that finalized earlier today, and what might happen down the line. Jeremy, thank you so much for your ongoing reporting on everything that has been happening.
Thank you for your reports recently, also where you were talking to the firefighters, and I mean, like, it's such a treasure that we have you, man.
Oh, thank you.
I really
mean, I try my best. But in any case, there is a breaking story coming out of Drop Site, as a matter of fact, from the mediators on the Gaza ceasefire, from your institution. But before we get into that, I wanted to hear you break down everything that has happened in the last week or so, if possible.
Can I show you one thing? I'm going to pull this up on my phone. I just want to show you something that relates to everything that we're talking about here, which is that I obtained today. I'm in touch regularly with people that are on the Palestinian negotiating team. And I want to share this. We didn't do this as a story, so like this is an exclusive here. I obtained a document that was agreed to by Hamas on Monday. It's Wednesday right now. We're speaking. On Monday, I reported and others reported that Hamas had told the mediators from Qatar and Egypt that they accepted the ceasefire framework. And Tony Blinken and others kept saying the same lie that they've been repeating for many, many months, which is, oh, we're waiting on Hamas. So what I received was the actual signed and stamped document of the ceasefire agreement that now is public, with the signatures of each of Hamas's negotiators. Look at this. You see there?
Yeah.
Okay. This was delivered to the mediators on Monday. And Antony Blinken and other U.S. officials and Israeli officials continued up until hours ago to say, oh, we're waiting on Hamas, we're waiting on Hamas. This is what the Palestinians have been dealing with under Joe Biden for almost 16 months now, where there have been good faith efforts to try to engage in an exchange of captives. There are 10,000 plus Palestinians who are being held in Israeli prisons, jails, dungeons, more than 3,000 of them being held in this Orwellian administrative detention. And the negotiators who are working on behalf of the Palestinians, everyone says Hamas, but it's not just Hamas. There's multiple Palestinian factions that are involved with this. They agreed on Monday, and they actually put it in writing, stamped it, and they all signed it, all of their mediators. And Antony Blinken knew this because he was shown that document. And yet the lie continued to be promoted. This is concrete evidence, and there's other evidence, but this is a piece of concrete evidence in the thing that you and I are going to talk about right now, that over the past few days, what has actually happened is that the Israelis were trying to insert new conditions. The Israelis were refusing to provide actual maps of where they would withdraw their troops to. And the reasons the Palestinians wanted those maps is because when Israel doesn't do what they're supposed to, they want to be able to say this is a violation of the agreement. The Israelis want everything to be vague. So, I didn't mean to come in hot fire at you here, but it's like, I'm watching the commentary on this, and the notion that it's been, Hamas that has prevented a ceasefire is a lie. How many hopefully we're going to see a lot of living people come out of Gaza. There are children, the Bibas children. I hope as swiftly as possible that they are returned. They and their mother, are immediately released. How many Israelis have been killed, in Gaza as a result of this kind of lie factory when deals were on the table? We don't even know how many Palestinians have been killed. The Hamas numbers, it's more than 46,000. This is a dramatic undercount.
Yeah.
You were talking as I came on about wanting to go in there. one of the reasons the Israelis don't want, non-Palestinian journalists in there is because when they start telling those stories, then people are going to have to take it seriously. When it's our Palestinian colleagues who they're hunting and murdering and killing their family members also, it's like, oh, well, they're all Hamas. And so I'm just giving you one example, like for the the community of people here that you hang out with every day. Like, this is just one small thing from a not powerful journalist that if I can get this document and share it with you guys, why aren't other journalists doing their jobs? Why aren't they saying, no, actually, Antony Blinken is telling lies that are lethal lies?
Yeah. Instead of, if like you have direct access to some of these people, you're obviously you're not like a little journalist. You are a veteran in the field. But I'll take it one step further. I'm a random dumbass sitting at home in Los Angeles, California. And if I can see the immediate contradictions with what Antony Blinken has said over and over again, as Israel worked to immediately contradict Antony Blinken, right after he kept saying, no, Israel actually is holding to this deal, but it's actually Hamas that's not holding to this deal. Not this last time around, mind you, but on numerous instances over the course of the past 15 months, then why can't anyone in mainstream news also recognize that? Why do they lap up everything that the American State Department puts out as law, basically, as the utmost truth that you can arrive at? It has been endlessly frustrating. And with the incoming administration, I'll take it one step further. When you have the Trump administration coming in and possibly implementing like ruthless autocratic approaches to media, press freedom, possibly going after political enemies, weaponizing the Department of Justice, all of this stuff, you need good journalism, and you need people to have a sense that mainstream outlets, legacy publishers, are actually committed to the truth, to do what the Fourth Estate is supposedly designed to do. And yet, in an effort to continue defending the American State Department's objectives in this region, the grand design that the American Uniparty has over the Middle East as they gear up for a much larger conflict with China, they have consistently eroded what remains of the little confidence that people could have had. They've completely lost an entire generation of people that saw with their own two eyes exactly what was going on, and then would tune into the New York Times or tune into CNN or tune into MSNBC, CBS, and the like, and see something entirely different and go, how can I ever trust these people ever again?
Yeah, I mean, and look already what's happening. The New York Times, I think it was yesterday, did this story about the Lancet study that showed that there was a dramatic undercounting of the deaths of Palestinians in Gaza. I mean, you've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying this for a long time. But this is indicative of the attempt that people are going to make to kind of clean up on aisle 12, where like they've been facilitating, aiding, abetting this genocide, and watch it too in blue MAGA world, where it's going to be like, well, we always were. No, you weren't. You were part of this. And we did this story today also where, I don't have the number in front of me, but it's like 29%, of people that didn't vote said that the primary reason they didn't vote in the election, this is Ryan Grimm did this story, is because of Gaza. And look at how many people were telling us like, oh, that's not, this isn't the thing. And it's like, Harris has more important things on her plate, and, she's working tirelessly. I mean, come on. And now we've got this whole business about the Trump thing, where it's like, I'm sorry. Yes, it was because Trump. The Palestinian negotiators are telling me that also, that there were things that the Israelis were just flat out refusing. And when Trump's people came to town, the whole tune changed. We could talk all about what's going on, with Trump and speculate about it. But just on a realpolitik level, Trump used a power available to, and he's not even the real president yet, to an incoming president. What does that mean about Biden, who was, we're not in control of Israel?
Yeah.
No, actually, kind of you are, and Trump showed it.
No, absolutely. In in the interest of like ass covering, I guess, one of the things that I wanted to show you here, I'm going to share my screen with you as well so you can see what I'm also looking at. This is from Zana, who showed the new report that came out of New York Times. Death toll in Gaza likely 40% higher than reported researchers say. And of course, 60 Minutes is coverage on the whistleblowers, the many different whistleblowers within the State Department as well that actively spoke out, and the 60 Minutes reporting on it that came months after. As you can see here, the New York Times saying that more than 64,000 Palestinians may have been killed by traumatic injury in the first 9 months of the war in Gaza, according to a new study. The peer-reviewed statistical analysis led by epidemiologists at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine used modeling in an effort to provide an objective third-party estimate of the casualties. So it does strike me as odd for the New York Times to come out with this reporting so close to this to the finalization of the ceasefire agreements. And you know, and it almost contradicts like the subtle ways and not so subtle ways in which they have undermined, I think, the number of casualties from Israel's offensive genocide in Gaza.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, I don't know how much you guys have. I wasn't watching. I was doing my own talking to people earlier, but you know, I don't know how much you guys have gotten into the details of what's in this agreement. Have you covered the bases on that?
I only covered it yesterday, but from what I understand, I don't know what the new information that came out of it, but you're obviously much more familiar with the details, so I wanted to ask you about it. But the poison pill provisions that Benjamin Netanyahu kept adding on to the to the deal making process since July, like permanent military positions in the Netzarim corridor, permanent military occupation, controlling the Rafah border, a refusal of aid trucks from going in, like all of these things have seemingly been cast aside, at least even in the first phase of the negotiation, where maybe I'm wrong and you can tell me. Benjamin Netanyahu has actually conceded on these demands in terms of like removing military positions, even from the Philadelphia corridor, which was a major point of contention.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, if this deal moves past this first phase, you know, I mean, just like back up, just do a little bit of just basic architecture here. So this is a 3-phase deal. Each phase is envisioned as being 6 weeks long, you know, 42 days. And in that first phase of the deal, you have 33 Israelis that fall under what they call the humanitarian category that are going to be released. You know, it's on the first day, it's supposed to be 3 people. People are presuming it's going to be Kafir Bibas, Ariel Bibas, and their mother, these two kids. Kafir Bibas was 9 months old on October 7th when he was taken to Gaza. So those are supposed to be the first 3. And then they have a mathematical formula for how many Palestinians then are released. And among that group also is 5 female Israeli soldiers. And then for those, you have a different category of Palestinian prisoner. But at 50, the same time,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
50 for each of the female IDF soldiers released.
Right, for each of those. And then, you know, then you have 600 aid trucks coming in, and then there's going to be the Israelis pulling back and eventually, you know, withdrawing. And if they then make it on the 16th day of the first phase, they're supposed to be no later than the 16th day. They're supposed to be discussing the terms for the second phase of the agreement, you know, technical details of how many Israelis are going to be released from Gaza, how many Palestinians are going to be released from Palestinian prisons and other facilities. But that second phase also has language in it that envisions a total withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. In this first phase, they're going to be going into like a buffer zone. And there was a lot of disagreement over how many meters into Gaza. You know, Gaza is a really small territory, relatively speaking. And so what the Israelis basically have carved out is kind of drawing a thick marker ring around Gaza where they can, you know, where they're going to put their forces. And so there was a lot of discussion going up all the way to hours before this thing being announced on like literally how many meters are they going to be allowed to remain inside of Gaza. But on paper, this is full withdrawal and then envisions a permanent ceasefire. Part of what Netanyahu has been trying to sell to people, you know, in his coalition and in Israel is that we're really just making a deal for phase 1. and and that we're in the driver's seat here. And I think that they believe that they're going to be able to convince Trump that there's been a violation that allows them to basically just resume, really intensely attacking the people of Gaza. But so there are loopholes that Israel can try to exploit, and the Trump dynamic is a wild one, as you know. Like I don't think any of us are under the illusion that Trump's motivated by love of the Palestinians of Gaza or humanitarian concerns. And there's certainly like a gift bag. Mohammed Shahada, the Palestinian journalist who's been covering this in an really in-depth way, I was just talking to him, and he was like, there's a goodie bag that Trump is giving to Netanyahu, and the reports in the Israeli press indicate that it's filled with a lot of really significant things, including this possibility of resuming the war in Gaza. So, I think we have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Trump absolutely was a decisive factor certainly in the timing of this, but really in kind of finally forcing Israel to agree to it. That's true. On the other hand, Trump promotes himself as the most pro-Israel president possible. Yeah. There's indications he doesn't personally like Netanyahu at all, which could create some interesting opportunities. But on a political level, I wouldn't be hanging any hopes that Trump somehow wants this thing entirely done. The one wild card here is, like, I don't think that Donald Trump necessarily wants the Middle East in flames. He's got all these other things he wants to do during this term as president. So, there are some accidental things that could end up benefiting the people of Palestine under Trump. Whereas, Biden was like a geriatric vampire just refusing to leave and really dedicated to the project of Greater Israel, throughout his whole career. So, I mean, the Palestinians, they look to the left, they see something terrible. They look to the right, they see something terrible. There's a weird way in which they could end up with a better deal under Trump's presidency, just because of how absolutely atrocious Joe Biden is on the issue of Palestine.
Yeah. Other indicators that Donald Trump obviously is most likely cutting side deals with Benjamin Netanyahu that are not addressed in this at all, of course, stem from the reality that he might not like Benjamin Netanyahu, but he does like Miriam Adelson, or at least he likes $100 million that he got from Miriam Adelson. And previously, when he ran last time, he liked it from Sheldon, who is now dead.
Totally. I mean, look at the wackadoodle he's putting in charge of the embassy there.
Mike Huckabee. Yeah. A complete evangelical Zionist rabid sociopath, like worse than anything anyone could have ever imagined. A person who says Palestinians don't exist, and a person who refuses to call the West Bank, calls it Judea and Samaria. I mean, he is like a Itamar Ben-Gvir type in American Power. It's the equivalent, basically. So I totally understand that, and that's why I've been trying to explain to people, because there's a lot of people in my chat that are saying, how dare you give Trump credit for this? I can't believe you're praising
Donald Trump. Why is that controversial? No, but why? Look, just spend a few minutes reading generally reliable or mainstream sources. You can find it from the left to the far right in Israeli media. They know what some of those people seem to not want to accept, which is that whatever you think of Trump or why Trump did this, we would not be talking about a Sunday cessation of Israel's war happening had Trump not intervened. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
That's not praising Trump. That's just factual.
Thank you. Exactly. And there is that's just the truth. I think that what do you say to the fact that Trump didn't send like a statesman at all, but just like a real estate developer that he golfs with to talk to Benjamin Netanyahu? What do you feel about the Witkoff?
I mean, this story is so surreal. You probably talked about this, but I'll just tell a brief version of it again, that it's come out now in the Israeli media. Apparently last Friday, Steve Witkoff, who is a billionaire real estate tycoon, a Trump golf buddy, as you say, and who really looked like a deer caught in the headlights when Trump pulled him onto the stage in Mar-a-Lago, like, a week ago. But Witkoff has been there with Brett McGurk and Burns and, from the CIA and others, and they've been a part of this team because, Trump obviously is going to be president soon. And, Netanyahu was pulling the kind of stuff that he's pulled on Biden and company for, a year and a half. And so Witkoff, Trump's envoy, is in Doha, and he's meeting with the mediators, and he calls Israel and says, like, I'm coming tomorrow to meet with Netanyahu. And Netanyahu's people say, oh no, it's Shabbat. He can't come. It's the Sabbath. And Witkoff basically says, like, I don't care what day it is. He is going to meet me.
Yeah.
And and Witkoff himself is also Jewish, and he said, like he was like, yeah, it doesn't matter what day it is. I'm there. And by the way, like Netanyahu is some like religious scholar or something. I mean, give me a break. The guy's like receiving Cohiba cigars and like jewelry, according to the new Alex Gibney movie, like literally handed this stuff.
No,
so
I think that was deliberate is what I'm saying. Like I suspected that it's like very that is something so like remarkably shady real estate developer type where you're like strong arming your opponent by humiliating them to just like undermine them and tell them like who's the real person in charge. And it feels
but
like
also like
that disrespect I feel like is like deliberate.
It is, but also like, Antony Blinken, none of these people take him seriously. Like he's just not taken seriously. It's just a fact. He's just a creature of the Washington blob. But Trump sends like literally like a golf buddy, and it reminds me a little bit like in the Godfather films, like Tom Hagen. Like when Tom Hagen would show up somewhere as like the consigliere, it's like you knew he was speaking for the Don. And I think that's part of what Trump does. It's like he's not sending some career bureaucrat over there. He's sending like an actual buddy of his. And that guy is not, well versed in diplomacy, and he's just saying, no, the president wants this done. And I think probably that really took the Israelis by surprise, with the caveat that this narrative in a way benefits Netanyahu because he can kind of Trump kind of force the hand, and they're going to get all of these other things out of it. Same thing with the sideshow of Ben Gvir and Smotrich, like, oh, we're going to break up the government, like. That far right flank of Netanyahu is kind of good for his propaganda right now. He's kind of trying to have it all ways. So, like, yes, I think there's a real thing that happened there that is serious, but part of this is all show, is show, and part of this is spin. So, take it all with a grain of salt. Read all sources, but there is no question. Palestinians recognize it. The Israelis recognize it. I'm talking about people that are making this deal. Trump played a decisive factor in this, and I know it's making people's heads explode, but we have to be able. This is going to be a long 4 years ahead of us, a long 4 years, and we have to learn to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time when we analyze the Trump presidency. And remember that Joe Biden was one of the most bloodthirsty warmongers in American history with this war, facilitating a heinous genocide and gleefully doing it for large parts of it. So let's be accurate. Let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's recognize the dangers of Trump. Let's talk about the dangers of Trump. But also we need to be able to speak honestly about it. Like, we have to tell the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. Now comes a moment of speculation, because I know I've listened to some of the conversations that you had with Mohammed, and I agree with the assessment that was made in said conversations about what the future of Palestine looks like. Whether there's been some whispers of a potential side deal, a side agreement that Donald Trump might have conducted with Benjamin Netanyahu in Mar-a-Lago. But also on top of that, there is this idea that like the next 42 days will be of utmost importance. First and foremost, the next 4 days will be incredibly important because Israel does have a tendency to escalate its bombing campaigns in the buildup to a ceasefire. They've always done this historically.
They're doing it as we speak.
And
right
they're
now.
doing it as exactly.
Like,
they're
literally.
doing it right now as we are having this conversation. So every single Palestinian I've talked to that is in Gaza right now, I'm like, how are you feeling about this? Are you feeling joyous? Has said, I'm waiting for Sunday. Like Sunday cannot
Yeah.
come soon enough because I don't like every single person, no matter what age they are, is like, I will celebrate when it's Sunday, when the ceasefire is actually implemented, because they all know that Israel's modus operandi in situations like this is to really escalate the bombing until the very last moment of the facilitation of ceasefire. But then after that, there is obviously 42 days of supposed peace. And in the aftermath of that, when phase 1 turns into phase 2 with like the troops leaving the region, the IOF, like leaving the Gaza Strip, that is where everyone is speculating that Benjamin Netanyahu will sully on the deal and will go back to business as usual.
Could happen that way. Although, you know, once you get this kind of a framework in place, there will be different forms of challenges to Israel trying to do that. You also are, this also envisions internationals being on the ground in, a variety of capacities. So I think that's a real risk. I think it's a real possibility. I don't think it's a fait accompli. And I have had a similar experience with Palestinians I've been talking to today in Gaza. Except, I mean, I think on the one hand, like Abu Bakr Abed, who's reports for Dropsite and Electronic Intifada, and went viral with his press conference the other day talking about the lack of solidarity with Palestinian journalists. He's crying tears of joy. I mean, just the mere idea that there could be an end to this, even if the future is uncertain. I think we have to recognize none of us understand the complex emotions of what it's like to be a Palestinian of Gaza, particularly a Palestinian who is in Gaza right now. I mean, even Mohammed Shahada, who's not in Gaza right now but is from Gaza, at the end of my conversation with him, he said, that as I look at all of this and I start to realize how many people from my own family are either killed or missing. So many of us, we talk to Palestinians, we ask them to tell us the facts, what's going on, give us analysis. My friend Layla Al-Arian, the great journalist from Al Jazeera, her mother's family has lost 200 people. 200 members of their family have been killed in Gaza. And so, I think it is important for them to be able to celebrate this moment while recognizing that they are dealing with liars, warmongers who are intent on erasing their people from the world. And all of us, we cannot stop talking about Gaza. In fact, this is probably one of the most important moments for people to actually all be focused on it. Because people are going to say, oh, well, this is resolved. It's not resolved. We're dealing with really dangerous people on the other side of this agreement that have a long history of violating these agreements. And that's where the bad parts of Trump come into play when it relates to Israel. Like, to what extent is he actually going to be willing to restrain Netanyahu? What deals has he already made? These are really, really relevant questions. Trump is dangerous on Israel. For sure, he is dangerous. He's dangerous for the Palestinians. But he's the one that at least got this to stop for now when it comes to, American officials or American figures.
Absolutely. So what is what's your speculation as to what will happen in the next couple of days, though, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that there was an order issued. Israeli media is reporting this, that the Israeli forces are supposed to continue full spectrum, intense attacks right up to the moment that this thing officially kicks into effect. It's supposed to be on Sunday. I think that one dynamic here, when Israeli captives start to get released and we start to learn who's alive and who's dead, I think that there is going to be pressure felt from the Israelis to punish the Palestinians again, depending on who's living, who's dead, what's described about their conditions. So, we should pay close attention to this. And what will often be lost in this is those kinds of stories from the Palestinian side. Palestinians have been raped in Israeli prisons, sexually abused,
Raped to
physically
death.
abused, tortured, raped to death. had all sorts of sadistic experimentation happen on them. And I think that it is important that we also focus on those stories, the individual stories of Palestinians who come out of those prisons. We all watched what was happening in Syria. I mean, those first days when the Assad government was brought down, and Syria is still very much up in the air, but just on a micro level, looking at what does it look like when the prison bars are broken down? What does it look like when people get free? And you see the emotion, and I think any human being seeing people released from dungeons, if you're a normal caring human being, it pulls at your heart in a very real way. And it's like the Palestinians have been waiting 77 years to have those moments for their people that are locked up in these Israeli prisons. And we don't do enough work on telling the individual stories of the Palestinian hostages, of the Palestinians who've been snatched. In the Israeli media, they've done a very effective job. They tell the story. Every single Israeli who was taken captive, their stories have been told in films, in news segments, in articles. There's memorials, there's posters. There's more than 10,000 Palestinians. There's no posters for them. There's no stories being written about what's happened to them. I mean, look at the children who've lost limbs.
There's no additional $250 million from a governing party in the interest of doing more propaganda to the West either on the Palestinian side, in the way that like the Israeli Knesset has offered additional budget allotments to doing just that, to Hasbara operations. And this obviously works effectively to humanize only Israelis in this process, and actively undermine and dehumanize the Palestinian victims in the hands of Israel, despite the numbers showing a far different reality than the one that is presented in mainstream news. I guess the last question I have for you, Jeremy, and thank you so much for spending time with us today, is in terms of going into Gaza. This is a real question that I have both for myself. I've been talking to some people that have worked inside of Gaza in the past as well, like some of the journalists. And if the Rafah corridor is open in the aftermath of this, of this ceasefire, is there a possibility to go into Gaza, and how dangerous it is? Like, do you think that Israel will allow foreign journalists and foreign humanitarian rights groups to actually go into Gaza to conduct investigations and to shine a light to the full scale of the atrocities? Because I'm very fearful that this goes completely against Israel's interests of maintaining this faucet of propaganda. And if all of a sudden, as you've mentioned, the claims being made by Palestinians are laid bare and are now being shown by Western reporters, these trusted institutions that Western chauvinists seemingly only care about when they are reporting on it, all of a sudden the dynamic will be very different, and it will certainly play a role in undermining Israel on the global political stage.
I mean, there's a real question of whether Israel will even be able to prevent it. And the Egyptian government has not exactly been the great facilitator of press being able to cross over into Gaza. I mean, it happens. It doesn't happen now, but it has happened in the past. But there's been a lot of struggle. And early on in the Gaza genocide, there was an attempt. Activist caravans went down, and the Egyptian government tried to stop them. And you've had journalists try to go down, and only a handful of non-Palestinian journalists have been able to make it in, usually, for a very brief moment of time. Like, I don't want to get into a whole side discussion about Clarissa Ward.
Yeah, I was just talking about her earlier this morning. That was to give her flowers on that one. That was actually a ballsy move that she pulled off. And I do respect.
Well, I'm bringing it up because it's like, that's been the that's the chit that's been thrown to the kind of broader press, is that like occasionally something like that has happened. but there's a real question of whether they're going to be able to stop it. Because Egypt also is going to insist on its sovereignty in this equation. My guess is that that journalists are going to be able to get in. On the issue of safety, look, you're in an unstable environment where at any moment the Israelis could decide that there's been a quote unquote violation. But I think journalists have to try to go in, and I think journalists
Absolutely.
need to continue the pressure. And to their credit, Western reporters have gone through a process of Israel where they filed litigation saying that this is undemocratic and anti-press to not allow journalists to go in there. I think there's going to be a lot of Western journalists, of all stripes that are trying to get in there. It's like, I mean, if you're talking about yourself going in there, I think you have to trust local reporters and journalists and listen to them and take seriously their assessments. But that kind of work is always dangerous. This is not like you're going on, an organized field trip or something. Like this is this is real. This is serious, and the Israelis are very, very dangerous. I think that we also at Dropsite we have to talk about how we're going to approach this. I mean, very, very early on, we were trying to get people in. When I was back at the Intercept, we had discussions about it. We've had discussions about it at Dropsite. We have great Palestinian colleagues that have done a remarkably heroic job covering this. It's important also that non-Palestinian journalists go in there to pick up some of the pressure on our Palestinian colleagues and start telling the world. And the reality is, unfortunately, that sometimes people listen more to to non-Palestinian journalists. I mean, that's just like, it's horrible, but it's true. And I think that it's going to be an undeniable crime scene that people are going to be witnessing, and that's why the Israelis don't want anybody in there.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking about the logistics. Like, this just happened, so it will be like, the nature of my coverage is that it's real-time live stream broadcasting. So I don't know if that offers a crosshair or a shield in that regard, where it's just like it's something that is impossible to reckon with or avoid, I guess, in that regard.
I mean, look, I was in Yemen at the height of Obama's drone wars, and in Somalia and other places where, is there officially a war declared? No, but there's, part of the nature of war. I mean, I think people who watch too many films think it's just like all the time. One of the most terrifying things about being in a war zone is that nothing ever happens in a predictable manner. You can think that, we're like, we were out in the field. Let me just give you an example. We're out in the field. We're filming people. We were filming this thing, but now we're back to wherever we're staying and we're safe. Well, why do you think you're safe? Anything can happen there. So it's the unpredictable, unexpected nature of it that often is kind of the most terrifying. And I think that's true also of civilians. How many stories of Palestinians did we hear where a parent says, "Oh, I went out to forage for food," and then their family is killed when they go out? Or someone gets sent out to go and do a mundane task. I'm going to fill some water, and they end up getting killed. I mean, to me, that's the war is not like you see in films. It's like one of the most terrifying aspects of it is that bad, horrifying things can happen at any moment. And I think that vibe is still going to be true, even if there's this quote unquote, cessation of hostilities in that first phase. But that's what journalists do. They go and they take calculated risks, and sometimes the calculations have to be thrown away because of that unpredictable nature of what can happen in a war zone.
Well, I'd like to talk to you more about that offline as well, in terms of like what the best possible way to do that as well. But thank you so much, Jeremy, for coming on and enlightening us as always. And also, thank you so much for your consistent, continued coverage.
And thanks to you also, like, you really helped get Dropsite off the ground, and like so many people from this stream are now like subscribers and write us, and so we're super grateful, like, for your solidarity and your help, and also helping Dropsite launch into the world. You often like disparage yourself, man, but like when you do something that's when you do something that's hitting, it's really hitting. Like, and I think you're your voice matters more than you give yourself credit for.
You know, I try to do my best, but I am, at the end of the day, nothing without my community. And I think that they are the ones who make my reach more meaningful, I think. But once again, thank you so much. All right.
All right. Take care, everybody.
All right. Bye. That was Jeremy Scahill of Drop Site News, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue with our coverage right now. I've been trying so hard not to cough, and there was still hella people complaining about me clearing my throat. Okay, you guys lock in. Okay, eyes on the prize, man, for once. Hold on, I have to sneeze as well, but you heard Unc, don't be so down on yourself. Anyway, where was I? Kind of breaking news on TikTok. Yeah, we're going to talk about that as well. Is the air quality, or are you sick? I think it's a bit of both. It's like the air quality index keeps saying that the air is safe to inhale, but I don't know if that's the case, because maybe there's just like too many particulates in the air or something. Even if the air quality index is saying it's safe, it may not be. But you know. Safe isn't necessarily good, bro. No, they're saying it's good, not safe. Like the air quality index reports that it's good. So anyway, but that is, yes, I didn't come up with the idea of potentially going in. Okay, I was approached with the idea of potentially going in from people that have worked inside of Gaza and still continue to do great journalism, which is why I'm, thinking about it. As long as it's something that I can do in a safe manner. Obviously, it's not, obviously it's just in the works right now. That's all it is. That's all I'm stating. I'm not saying that it's going to 100% happen. And I don't, the key word here is if it's safe. Now, having said that, for example, I don't know if me constantly live streaming the process would make me a larger target or potentially offer me a shield. That's the other thing that I don't know. I also don't know who I could bring with me. You know what I mean? I don't know if I could actually get March to put his life on the line as well. He makes far too much money as my producer, as a co-owner and a co-operator of the co-op. I doubt that he is gonna. Marge is throwing question marks up. See, this is what I'm saying. Marge, would you go into Gaza? I'm just saying, if we had the opportunity. Oh, he said he'd go? All right, perfect. Okay, never mind. March is down. You had chatters in here earlier giving you shit for giving credit to Trump, and an award-winning journalist just said the same thing, almost like people should listen. Yeah, those people don't care. It's not even giving credit to Trump. It's just accurately reporting on the truth of what took place. Okay? I will never forgive nor forget Joseph Robinette Biden. Okay? I will never forgive nor forget for so many different reasons. But the very fact that, he had this opportunity and he did nothing. He had this opportunity and he did nothing with all the power that he had, all the influence that he had. The fact that he also let Trump take credit for this because Trump applied pressure in the last moment. I mean, it's just crazy. Just a terrible, terrible psychopath. Terrible sociopath who enjoyed the killing.
ask you just real quickly, Ambassador, if you could understand any of what was being said, and if you think that what you think this is now that you can hear some of it.
Oh God! Oh my God! Come on!
I'm not sure, but again,
no, he can't understand what's being said, and he already lied about what's being said anyway. This person does not care about Palestinians. He literally said they're all supporting Hamas.
Their only source of information is what Hamas tells them.
Right.
So, maybe they're being told by Hamas because, again, this is going to end up being a defeat for Hamas. It may take 6 weeks. It may take another year, before this is all cleaned up. But this will end up in a defeat for Hamas. Maybe the Hamas is spinning this to their people that somehow, they're going to remain in power, and maybe that's their narrative. But it's not. It's going to be short-lived.
My colleague Charles Payne is here with a question for you, Ambassador.
Ambassador, thank you very much. The Biden administration initially gave so many mixed signals on this that in many ways, I felt, at least as an outside observer, it emboldened Hamas. We know President Trump will not do that. Will there be a way, Sun Tzu's and talks about an avenue for your adversaries to retreat? What kind of efforts are being made, if you can talk about it, to at least find sensible people in Gaza that understand that the path they're on now means total destruction, and that if they do want to rise up, because there has to be a lot of dissatisfied people there, they will get some help from Israel and perhaps the United States so that they can take control of their nation, and it's not Hamas who's once again leading them down this path of destruction where they put hospitals, babies, and everything else in the line of danger.
Well, Charles, it begins with the eradication of Hamas. As long as Hamas is there, it's absolutely impossible for anybody to rise up who will put the interests of his people and his children ahead of the grievances of the past, ahead of the hatred for Israel. So as long as Hamas is there, it's virtually impossible. But the key point here, as you talked about the difference between Biden and Trump, the key word is daylight. There was massive daylight between Biden and Israel over the last 15 months. And every time Hamas saw that daylight, it empowered them and made them think that they can hang in.
This level of copium is so funny. Because, it's so far removed from the reality. Saying that Biden actually had a lot of daylight between him and Israel is hilarious. While also simultaneously trying to give Trump credit for the ceasefire, but also recognizing that it's bad. Because for him, it's bad. David Friedman doesn't like the ceasefire. By his own metric, if there's daylight between Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu, not only is it not, it's just funny because if there's daylight between Biden and Netanyahu, what is there? There is a supernova between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump at this point. After all, he's the one who pressured. After all, he was the one who pressured Benjamin Netanyahu to follow through on this deal. That's crazy.
In there that they could potentially emerge victorious and in control. The loss of life was meaningless to them. That's part of their battle strategy, so they didn't care about that. Trump comes in and the daylight's completely shut, right? It's shut by his words. It's shut by the words of his team. And that's the first step. The coalition between Israel, the rock solid, hand in hand, no daylight relationship between Israel and America is what gets this started, at least the eradication of Hamas. But it's not, there's no.
It's so funny to actively lie to the Fox News watchers like this. Yeah. No, Benjamin Netanyahu loves the ceasefire. He's the biggest fan of the ceasefire.
And I'm sure the president's going to want to continue to engage with all of you in the next couple of days. Okay,
Thank you.
I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you.
It's good to see you, and thank you so much for taking our questions so often.
Thank you. I
Really
appreciate
it.
Thanks, Wisha.
So, In terms of implementing the terms of this agreement, how confident is President Biden that the incoming administration will do that? And have they offered any assurances that they will carry them out?
I think there's a commitment to move forward with this deal. I think there's a commitment to make sure that there's an end to this war. Obviously, hostages are going to be coming home. Obviously, we've been in very close touch with the Trump transition. And the president was asked some variation of that question moments ago after he spoke, and he said he is very much indeed confident. So look, we understand this is going to be implemented by the next team, as I just stated. We are going to work closely, in close coordination with the Trump team. As the president has said, and I have said also moments ago, we want this to be in one voice, right? I think that's what you have seen in the past couple of weeks, how we have moved forward in one voice. And this is what's important for the hostages, to get them home, to make sure that we're getting that humanitarian aid into Gaza, and to ending this war that has taken a lot of innocent lives. And so that is the commitment. That is the commitment that you can see from us.
I hate the Democrats so much.
I truly believe that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary.
Thank you, Karine. You and the president have stressed that this.
I despise them so much. Like, they're so bad. Like, they're just as monstrous as the Republican Party is on this issue, okay? Maybe not on every other issue, but specifically on this issue. They're just as monstrous. Okay? And maybe even today, the Republicans have outflanked them. But they're also so smarmy, so elitist, so annoying. Like, they're so weak and silly with the way that they just try to hold on to this notion of like international rule-based order that they actually abided by when like no one believes them. This is a generational L for the Democrats. A generational L. Especially when paired up with Donald Trump. If he actually saves TikTok, which I think he will, maybe I'm wrong, but god damn, dude, like, the Trump train is coming. And he's going to use all of that newfound confidence in him and all of the good promo to basically laser every Mexican on U.S. soil. And the Democrats are going to cheer it on to be like, you deserve this. Like, just no recognition of their own failures, no recognition of the role they played in this genocide and continuing it, nothing. Disgusting, dude.
This is the framework that he put forward last spring. But the president also made clear it was important to him to work with the incoming administration, that they be speaking in one as one team, as he put it. Even the Qatari prime minister in his remarks personally thanked Steve Witkoff, the incoming administration's Middle East envoy. So do Donald Trump and his team deserve any credit for this?
I mean, look, everyone is going to want some credit. Everybody's going to want some credit. Get that? That's how this goes when something good happens. Not unusual. It is not unusual at all. What I can say is the president got it done.
Why are you acting like this is not going to get reversed in like a week? And then Trump is going to claim that he's bombing the Palestinians for national security or whatever? First of all, I'm not even saying that that might not happen. I'm saying that there's a high likelihood that that will happen. Okay? But who will fight against that when that happens? You understand? Who? Will it be the Democrats? The Democrats didn't even get the ceasefire. Do you not understand? That's the problem. The Democrats did not even get the ceasefire. That's what is endlessly frustrating to me, is that the Democrats got outflanked by a guy who is the absolute worst.
Right? That's what I can say. And what I could also say is that, and you said it in your question to me, is that there was a framework that was put forward, and it was put forward by the president back in May 31st of last year, and it was endorsed by the world. And you see a president that has done everything that he can. This is someone who has foreign policy experience, decades of foreign policy experience. He understands what it means to bring people together.
Grow up. No one cares. No one believes this.
Together. He understands what it means to get a deal done. He also said in his remarks how difficult it was to negotiate. Negotiating is incredibly hard, and this wasn't easy, but we got it done. And so, you know, this is someone who speaks from experience, and this is, again, not an easy thing to get done. But as we've said, and I've said multiple.
Dude, there was an Arab envoy that said, according to reports, there was an Arab envoy that said Trump did with Witkoff in 1 week what Democrats didn't do for 15 months. Even if you're not super primed and super tuned into every single thing that's going on and aware of the minutia, okay? Even if you're not aware of that, what you are aware of is grander things that are happening in the world. Trump is about to be president. Trump has said, get the ceasefire done before I become president. It's true. He has said those things. And for the past 15 months, you're aware that no ceasefire happened, as Joe Biden kept saying, we're working tirelessly around the clock to implement a ceasefire. So what are people supposed to have as a takeaway from this? What are people supposed to look at here and go, oh, well, you guys don't understand the complex nature of these dealings? Because no matter what happens, like Donald Trump, even if it was the Democrats that finally were able to push that button to get Netanyahu to concede 5 days before Biden came out of office, okay, even if that was the case, good luck explaining that to Americans who are like, well, why didn't we do that for 15 months? Isn't it because Netanyahu wants to make Trump look good? That's why. He didn't want to make a deal with Biden because it would help Dems. Dude, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, a responsible elder statesman should be aware of what is happening in front of his eyes. He holds all the cards. He had full control over the situation. That's it. Here's Times of Israel's reporting on it. Times of Israel's reporting. Arab officials, Trump envoy swayed Netanyahu more in one meeting than Biden did all year. I think liberals are going to get way grosser, by the way, for the record. They're going to turn around and say, well, guess what? The genocide is still imminent to all the Muslims who are now celebrating, all the Muslim Americans and Muslims all around the world that are celebrating a potential ceasefire. They're going to turn around and be like, I hope Netanyahu kills your entire family as well here in America.
Times, and I think Jake Sullivan said this obviously recently when he was here on Monday. We were able to work closely with the Trump transition team.
Look at this stupid fucking dumbass, absolute moron who is a Trump supporter, it seems. Are you not happy that there's a ceasefire now? Would you not prefer the horrible war to continue? Would you prefer the horrible war to continue? Did I not say that I'm happy that there's a ceasefire and even gave Trump the credit that everyone has been yelling at me for? Maybe your dumb European mind cannot comprehend the English language well enough, and you just simply can't understand the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth. Stupid fuck. Wow, it sure seems like your hatred over Trump is actually overcoming your accurate assessment here. It seems like you want the war to continue. Dumbass.
Team and coordinate with them. But again, this is a framework that the president put out, and negotiations aren't easy. And this was one of the toughest negotiations that he experienced. And this is something that the president shared with all of you.
October the 7th, more than 15 months of terror for the hostages, their families, the Israeli people, more than 15 months of suffering by the innocent people of Gaza. Fighting in Gaza will stop, and soon the hostages will return home to their families. The elements of this deal were what I laid out in detail this past May, which was embraced by countries around the world and endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. The deal is structured in 3 phases. Phase 1 will last 6 weeks. It includes a full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas of Gaza, and the release of a number of hostages held by Hamas, including women and elderly and the wounded. And I'm proud to say Americans will be part of that hostage release in Phase 1 as well. And the Vice President and I cannot wait to welcome them home. In exchange, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And during Phase 1, the Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods in all the areas of Gaza. And the surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza will begin. And the innocent people can have a greater access to these vital supplies. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get Phase 2, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from Phase 1 to Phase 2, but the plan says if negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue as long as the negotiations continue. I've spoken to the Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt, and we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long as it takes. Then, when Phase 2 begins, there will
Remember, signature moment. Starts off by talking about how Hezbollah did October 7. Literally right there, it says the president of Kuwait played a role in this when he should have said Qatar. Like, I'm supposed to expect that this guy actually played a role here? Really? Really? He doesn't even know where he is right now. He's straight up dookie in his diapers at this very moment. And like liberal media is trying to be like, look, he did it again. He done did it again. My goat Brandon. He's just that good.
will be an exchange for release of the remaining.
I just want to remind everyone that Biden was supposed to reinstill confidence in American leadership at the global stage. That was one of the signature moments. Like, that was the thing that he was better on Trump on. Look at us now. That's unironically what he ran on. Remember, he ran on normalcy. He ran on restoring America's confidence, America's soft power capabilities that Trump had diminished. And it was, in my opinion, the worst failure of his administration. It was precisely that in which he failed so spectacularly at. Like, it's crazy. There is not one area where he actually has done something that helped America's placement as the leader of this empire. What do I like? Even NATO, right? NATO. I did NATO. You know who did NATO? Vladimir Putin. Even that was a gift from Vladimir Putin to Biden, and even that had tremendous amounts of failures associated with it. Because on the one hand, he was like, I did NATO. On the other hand, it probably accelerated the fascist parties in Europe with the destabilization that took place. So literally, even on that front, the NATO side of the conversation is straight up Vladimir Putin's psychopathic ambitions in Russia or in Ukraine, and the failure, the spectacular failure that his invasion of Ukraine turned into, so that it was both enough proof for Finland and Sweden to join NATO, like enough reason for them to want to join NATO, while simultaneously recognizing that they're too busy to do anything about Finland or Sweden. So it grew NATO, is true. Ironically enough, though, it grew NATO because of Vladimir Putin's ineptitude and incompetence and bloodlust. So even that was a gift, if that was even to be considered a gift. Even the positive from the perspective of the Democratic establishment, even the one crumb that is supposedly positive for Joe Biden was that he did NATO, and even he didn't do NATO. It's crazy. CNN used my interview with Bernie on air. Let's go. Is the GOAT doing actual interviews? Is your favorite Twitch streamer actually doing real news reporting? Sina Tusi says these three leave office with their standing in tatters at home and in the world. One seen as the best hope for the liberal global order in the face of Trumpism. They have failed in such spectacular ways that history is bound to neither forget nor forgive. Yeah. Accidentally did a journalism? No, it's not an accident. Interviews such as that one, high profile interviews such as that one, also is journalism. Just like doing on the ground reporting on like issues that are otherwise unaddressed would be also considered real reporting. When you're bringing forth from your interview subject a new piece of information that they haven't revealed before, that would be real reporting.
Living hostages, including male soldiers, and all remaining Israeli forces will be withdrawn from Gaza, and the temporary ceasefire will become permanent. And finally, phase 3. Any final remains of hostages who have been killed will be returned to their families, and a major reconstruction plan for Gaza will begin. This is the ceasefire agreement I introduced last spring. Today, Hamas and Israel have agreed to that ceasefire agreement and the whole ending the war. You know, those of you who have followed the negotiations can attest, the road to this deal has not been easy. I've worked in foreign policy for decades. This is one of the tough.
It's just crazy because, like, Trump did it in a week. I'm just not going to ever forgive or forget. I will also warn you, Trump is not a friend to the Palestinians. The man who is the staunchest ally of Israel was able to conduct these affairs in less than a week by sending an envoy that has no business being there. Okay? Disrespecting the Israeli side through and through. Israel once again showing the world that they only respond to pressure, they only respond to being bullied, and for some weird reason, Democrats never understood that. And I think that it's not because they didn't understand it. It's not because they're like feckless cowards or whatever, which they are. But I think it's also because they liked it. They liked what Israel was doing. They were on board with it. They were in favor of it. They liked it. They wanted more of it. How else could you look at the situation and go, it's okay to give $8 billion of weapons merely a week ago to Israel? To consistently talk about how difficult of a process this is in the wake of Donald Trump's introduction to the process, yielding the first successful position since the beginning of the conflict, is really stupid.
Toughest negotiations I've ever experienced. And we reached this point because of the pressure that Israel built on Hamas, backed by the United States.
Or maybe the pressure that Trump instilled on Israel.
Hamas's strongest supporter, Iran, launched attacks on Israel. And those attacks failed after my administration organized a coalition of nations to stop them. And after I ordered the U.S. ships and planes to come to Israel's defense, we also shaped Israel's strong and calibrated response, destroying Iran's air defenses, but avoiding an escalatory cycle of an all-out war. The United States also organized a coalition of 20 countries to stand up to attacks by the Houthis, including their missile attacks in Israel. Then, Hezbollah...
Bro, L after L after L. He's just posterizing his L's, dude. It is freaking hilarious. It is objectively hilarious that he just, every aspect of this, everything that he's mentioned so far is just a L plus another L plus another L.
Another of Hamas's strongest backers, was significantly weakened on the battlefield, and its leadership was destroyed. With our support, Israel negotiated a ceasefire with them, and after that, Lebanon finally elected a new president who's not beholden to Hezbollah, and he can begin a new chapter for the Lebanese people. All told,
that's right.
These developments.
He's a Maronite Christian, Jack. Totally unique and new to the Lebanese Constitution. Oh, wait. I'm being told that that's how it works in perpetuity in Lebanese history. Never mind that. This one's a cool Maronite Christian rather than the last one.
In the region which the United States helped to shape, change.
For those of you who don't know, that's like how it goes in Lebanon, because they have like multiple different fairly significant religious populations. So in an effort to create some semblance of like equality and parity, the president is supposed to be from like one sect. It's a silly requirement within the government.
The equation. And so now the terror network that once protected and sustained Hamas is far weaker. Iran is weaker. Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. Hezbollah is badly degraded. And after more than 15 months of war, Hamas's senior leaders are dead. Thousands of Hamas fighters are dead. And the military formations have been destroyed.
The guy behind him literally undermined this statement yesterday. The guy behind him was like, Hamas has actually restored its numbers to pre-October 7 levels, like, according to our reports.
Nowhere to turn. Hamas finally agreed to releasing hostages. You know, there was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied this day has finally come, for the sake of the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell. Too many innocent people have died. Too many communities have been destroyed. And this deal, the people of Gaza can finally recover and rebuild. They can look to a future without Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Many peacemakers helped make this deal happen, including an extraordinary team of American diplomats who have worked nonstop for months to get this done. Secretary Blinken led the effort. Secretary Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Bill Burns, John Feiner, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein, and the
Bro's naming all the war criminals that need to go and face a military tribunal, Nuremberg style. Amos Hochstein, Brett McGurk. They did a fantastic job for months. Yeah, fantastic for Israel, honestly, in terms of like being permanently committed to Israel's genocide. Yeah, they did. They played a spectacular role in the Israel-Palestine conflict, if you want to call it that, just on the side of Israel.
The Vice President worked relentlessly as we worked to deliver this deal. I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented, for the most part, by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future. In Lebanon, there's an opportunity for a future, free from the grip of Hezbollah. In Syria, a future free from the tyranny of Assad. And for the Palestinian people, a credible pathway to a state of their own. And for the region, a future of normalization, integration of Israel and all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. At the G20 in Delhi in September 23, I rallied key countries behind a vision of an economic corridor from India across the Middle East to Europe. That vision can now become a reality. There are risks as well, including ISIS and Iran, even in a badly weakened state. But we're handing off then to the next team a real opportunity for a better future for the Middle East. I hope they will take it. Let me close with this. My friend for years in the United States Senate, former Senator George Mitchell, who did so much to forge peace in Northern Ireland, once said about diplomacy, he said, it is a 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. Well, we've had many difficult days since Hamas began its terrible war. We've encountered roadblocks and setbacks. We've not given up. And now, after more than 400 days of struggle, a day of success has arrived.
I still think he's going to die in 2025 of old age. Okay, for the Secret Service, I'm saying this is speculation, okay? It is legally allowed to make this speculation. He's very old. He's 900 years old, okay? It's not even like an out there assessment, okay? It is pretty funny that this man, like, people tried to tell us that this man was going to do 4 more years, dude.
God bless all the hostages and their families. May God protect the troops of all those who work for peace.
Mr. President, what do you see the future of Gaza now as
you were saying, the implementation of this deal will be in the hands of the next administration, and basically they will shape the future of Gaza. So how do you see this future? And also, how much credit do you give to the Trump team for this deal? Trump is already taking credit for it.
Well, you know, this is the exact framework of the deal I proposed back in May. Exact.
Hey, dumbass. Everybody understands that. But there was one party that refused to negotiate with you, and it surely wasn't Hamas, even though you kept saying it was Hamas over and over and over again. Ironically enough, the proposal was Hamas's proposal, which you said was Israel's proposal, and then for some weird reason, Israel never agreed to the proposal. And virtually everyone that's on the State Department beat, aside from the people that I've had on this broadcast, kept covering it as though it was factually accurate whenever Anthony Blinken said, Hamas is a real hurdle in the pathway to clearing out this proposal. And now there's just no room to hide. You know what I mean? Like, how do you continue this narrative now in this day and age, in this moment? When is this not going to pile on like this into Trump? You know why the left loses every time? We don't line up behind our side like the right does. Our infighting is our undoing. Joe Biden has never been on my side. No one who does genocide is on my side. You are not a part of the left. You are not even a liberal if you're pro-genocide. Okay? What side? I don't want to be on your side. You are not on my side. You are barely a human being if you look at this conversation through partisan lines. I can't make this clear enough for you. Joe Biden is a genocidaire, a weak little old man who took great pleasure in the death and destruction of Palestinian children, in the scholasticide that took place, in the genocide that took place under his watchful eye, as he gleefully sent billions of dollars of weapons over and over again, sidestepping Congress, sidestepping pre-existing law like the Leahy Law that made it illegal to send Israel weapons at a time when they were very clearly violating international humanitarian law. So clearly violating it that, as a matter of fact, the State Department, USAID, for example, openly tried to send this assessment to the other vampire that's standing right behind him, Anthony Blinken. And Anthony Blinken openly stated that he did not care about the real assessments of Israel's clear-cut violations of international humanitarian law. It's additionally ironic that they lied till the very end, as the exclusive reporting that Jeremy Scahill showed on the broadcast, that they lied until yesterday. Anthony Blinken lied until yesterday, protecting Israel, claiming that it was still Hamas that was a bottleneck to the ceasefire when they already had the Palestinian envoy's signatures in their hands since Monday. Think about that. But of course, part of the reason why they can lie so actively, so openly, so brazenly is because the media, it comes hand in hand. Like, many outlets will do their bidding, do the bidding of the State Department unflinchingly, and will reaffirm the silly ideas that you can immediately contradict with your own two eyes and like a little bit of critical thinking. It doesn't require much intellect to understand that something doesn't make sense. Like, Israel killed the principal negotiator on the ceasefire hostage negotiation, man. Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Like, you don't do that when you're you know, genuinely, tirelessly working to do a ceasefire.
And we got the world to endorse it. Secondly, it's America's support for Israel that helped them badly weaken Hamas and its backers and create the conditions for this deal. And thirdly, I knew this deal would have to be implemented by the next team, so I told my team to coordinate closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice, because that's what American presidents do. Thank you.
In the, how many Americans will be released when the hostages are being released?
All the exact detail of how many people are being held, how many bodies will be returned and less, will all be forthcoming. All of it, all of it. Thank you.
This deal will hold.
I'm confident. Thank you.
Brooks, credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke? Oh.
Yeah, it's not a joke. We all know the truth, man.
I mean, I put that question to the
God
Qatari
damn, that was loud. I apologize, chat.
Prime Minister, because the real sense here on the ground is that the last month has been really quite crucial because of the pressure that the Trump administration and the envoy of Donald Trump has put on all sides. You really do get that.
Yeah, cat's out of the bag, man. Good luck. Good luck to the Western press. Good luck to American liberals who are going to try to, like, good luck to Reddit, really. Not even like liberal media, but I think good luck to Reddit. Those are the guys. Reddit liberals who are NatSec liberals are going to be killing themselves openly and publicly, committing suicide after actively, one, pushing for more dead Palestinian children, and also, two, trying to get Biden to take credit for this thing that virtually no one will believe them on. So many Reddit liberals are going to openly commit suicide, I think, in Minecraft. In a video game, of course. How will they contend with the reality? It's so hard. They'll just, I mean, look, I'm sure they'll just stick around for a little bit and wait for Trump to also open up the unlimited genocide faucet, you know, so they can turn around and be like, you deserve this. You know, you deserve this, sand people. That type of attitude, I'm sure.
Sense, because when you look at the deal, it's not very different from the deal that the Biden administration has been pushing from about May of last year.
It's almost identical to the May deal that Biden announced here at the White House all those months ago. So it's one of the key questions. I guess there are three key questions right now. The first is, can the deal, the ceasefire, hold? The second is, will it bring a lasting peace? And the third question is, as you put to the Qatari Prime Minister, why now? I think there are a number of reasons. First of all, the situation on the ground in the region has changed quite.
Are you aware that people on the right don't want the ceasefire? They want all Palestinians gone? Yeah, are you aware that people on the left also, well, not left, but liberals also want that very same thing? Are you also doubly aware that my GOAT, my Lord and Savior, Donald Trump, regardless of what his audience wants, regardless of what the right wants, still ended up applying the necessary pressure to facilitate this ceasefire, according to virtually every single person that was involved in the negotiations process? And has now been reported accurately by numerous media outlets, including but not limited to Sky News. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump, okay? Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Suck it, okay? Nothing you can say about it. Even if it's a respite of a collective total of 42 days, probably even shorter than that. Joe Biden never did that. And he had all the power to do so. You will never be able to get me to undermine the truth here, okay? This does not mean that Donald Trump is going to be a good president, nor is he a friend to the Palestinian population. Of course he is not. But neither is Joe Biden. So stop trying to act like Stop trying to act as though Joe Biden was in any way, shape, or form remotely interested in facilitating a ceasefire when he had all the power to do so, when it would have been electorally beneficial for him to do so, when it actually would have, at least in some way, shape, or form, beefed up his legacy. He ruined everything. He ruined himself. He ruined this country. He deliberately threw the election in favor of a right-wing rabid fascist whose entire cabinet is comprised of rapist drunkards, okay? And they're going to destroy the United States of America and perhaps the rest of the goddamn world. And Joe Biden did that because he wanted to die on the penis, okay? He wanted to ride it so hard that his back walls were destroyed and that he wanted to ride it till his last breath. He wanted to die like Elvis on the toilet, okay? Sucking down a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But instead of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, it was Benjamin Netanyahu's penis that he was sucking on, okay? Give me a goddamn break. Fuck him. And fuck anyone who defends him too.
Significantly in the last.
You are so brainwashed? On what? Brainwashed on the truth? What are you talking about? You think Biden? Explain to me how you think Biden actually actively, curbed back Israel's worst genocidal ambitions. I mean, you probably don't even think that Israel's doing a genocide, I suspect, if you're saying stuff like this. But go ahead. Explain to me. It's additionally funny to come in here and say this like when virtually every single thing I said down to the wire came out to be true. And it's the worst part about it is that it hasn't happened yet. Like the worst aspect of my predictions have not even come to fruition yet. You are so brainwashed, this guy says, and then nothing else. Come on, man. What are you talking about? Biden or Bush? Who was worse? I still think it's Bush, but Biden came incredibly close, which is shocking. Like, think about that. I still think Bush is the worst, right? Like, globally. I mean, you can even attribute a lot of the missteps within Israel-Palestine to George W. Bush as well. On his way out, George W. Bush literally said Georgia and Ukraine should join NATO. And also on his, well, not on his way out, but kind of on his way out, actually. No, literally on his way out, he tried to facilitate an election in Gaza, an election in Palestine, when his own people, the Palestinian Authority, the Fatah party was like, dude, don't do it. We're not ready for this election. We will lose. Palestinians despise us. They understandably see us as like a corrupted force that is in the pocket of the CIA. And Bush was like, nah, dog, it's fine. We'll do it. And guess what happened? They lost. And then Bush was like, okay, let's do a coup d'etat and forcibly remove Hamas from power. They lost again, militarily this time, further solidifying Hamas's reign over the Gaza Strip. That was George W. Bush on his way out, by the way. That's what he did on his way out, while also simultaneously saying, yeah, you know what, Ukraine and Georgia, you're a part of NATO now. Let's get it started. So yes, George W. Bush is still the worst. But I always said Donald Trump was the second worst, at least as far as like presidents in my lifetime. And it turns out, no, Joe Biden is worse than Donald Trump, at least in his first term. Joe Biden's foreign policy literally was the continuation of Donald Trump's foreign policy. All of the worst aspects of Trump, casting aside the Iran denuclearization agreement, Joe Biden continued that. Abraham Accords, isolating Palestinians, making them recognize that there was no hope, no way out, which led to October 7. Joe Biden continued that. Every single thing that Donald Trump did to accelerate the conditions in which October 7 happened, Joe Biden continued. And then Joe Biden continued Israel's offensive genocidal campaign in Gaza. And then Donald Trump stopped it, at least for a couple days so far. Now, it hasn't stopped yet, and it's going to continue, and the bombing is going to intensify because that's how Israel operates, okay? They're going to intensify the bombing all the way until the 19th, the day of the actual ceasefire. I'm unfollowing. I voted for Biden this election, and your hatred for him is a turnout for me. No, don't leave, chatter. We can recover this. I know I said I was riding with Biden this whole time, and maybe you took it seriously, but that was a lie.
Last few months with Iranian proxies across the region being quite severely degraded, whether it be Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Syrian regime has gone completely. That, of course, was aligned to Iran. And the continued...
Oh, my God, what will Ryan Ruth think? Oh, my God, Ryan Ruth was also pro-Palestine. Dude, imagine Donald Trump tells Ukraine that they have to reduce their conscription age, mandatory conscription age to 18, and offers additional weapons contracts to Ukraine, and simultaneously facilitated a ceasefire in Gaza. That's literally Ryan Ruth's entire world, okay? He would have to come out and be like, I'm so sorry I tried to shoot at you. Donald Trump hires the 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan soldiers to go fight in Ukraine against Russia. Ryan Ruth in shambles. My goat, the singular median NATO voter, Ryan Ruth, in shambles.
degrading of Hamas in Gaza. So all of that is a strategic gain and puts Israel in a better position, making it more likely that they would be happy from their part to do a deal. But the other thing that's changed is Trump. And there's no two ways about that. His unpredictability has focused minds. There's no question about that. It has focused minds in Qatar, in Egypt, in Iran, and also in Israel. Netanyahu realized over the course of the past 18 months that he didn't need to dance to Joe Biden's tune. That much was proved time and again by the fact that Netanyahu was able to walk over Joe Biden's red lines and nothing happened. It's different with Trump. Trump is unpredictable. That claim that all hell would break loose if the hostages were not released very quickly after Trump took office. What did that mean? Was it an empty threat? Was it not an empty threat? Who knows? That's Trump. And I think that focused Netanyahu's mind. It focused other minds as well. So both sides are obviously trying to claim all the credit. It's far more nuanced than that. Have a listen to Biden at the end of his statement a little earlier on, where he was asked what the history books would make, who they would.
Dude, if something didn't happen and the same cycle of failure repeated for 15 months, and then there was a new factor presented, I'm sorry, it's very difficult for me to avoid looking at the new factor that is now involved in the equation after the 15 months of failure changed into a success. Like, it's no amount of complexities understanding is going to change that dynamic. Okay? Oh, it's just too complex for you to understand. Just like Israel's genocide. Too complex for you to understand. Yeah. No, it's actually too complex for you to understand. That's why you should demonstrate blind fealty to me, okay, and Joseph Robinette Brandon, that he magically was able to finally put this deal together that he was tirelessly working around the clock on 5 days before he was out of office. He just couldn't do it for 15 months until the last 5 days. You're brainwashed? Shut up. No more you're brainwashed. You have to tell me why I'm brainwashed, what your disagreement with me is. It's so boring when you say that.
Would give the credit to.
I knew this deal would have to be implemented by the next team. So I told my team to coordinate closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice. Because that's what American presidents do.
Folks, credit for this, Mr. President.
So you don't think the ceasefire negotiation would have progressed if Kamala won? I don't know, but I don't have to. Do you understand? I don't know, but I don't have to. Because Trump is president now, and it is their doing. Those two figures, those three figures really, are primarily responsible for all of the hell that you are going to experience in the next 4 years. And that's really important for everyone to understand, okay? That's really important for everyone to understand. You can engage in hypotheticals all day, every day, speculate on what Kamala Harris could have done that's like so different than Joe Biden, okay? And have fun with that. But as it stands, their ineptitude, their incompetence, their lust for endless child blood in the Gaza Strip is one of the major reasons as to why they handed the keys to the castle to an incompetent, monstrous, racist man whose agenda is virtually identical to the Nazi agenda. 20 million people being forcibly removed from their homes and being put into concentration camps at the border, slated for slated for deportation. Okay? Those three gave the keys to the castle to that guy and that campaign. So all matter of horrifying things that happen, okay? All matter of horrifying things that happen come in the next couple of months. They are also responsible because they were so horny to maintain this weird posture with Israel, so excited at the continued baby murder that they forgot that there was an election going on, I think.
You or Trump?
Is that a joke? Oh, thank you.
That remark there, Mark, is that a joke? And while we were in that press conference with the Qatari Prime Minister, we saw Donald Trump put out a statement on Truth Social, even before the Qataris had fully, said that this deal was over the line.
He was the first to make a statement, even before the outgoing administration of Biden made any sort of noises about whether or not a deal had been struck. Trump was on social media, on Truth Social, with this statement. He said this epic ceasefire agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November, as it signaled to the entire world that my administration would seek peace and negotiate deals to ensure that the safety of all Americans and our allies. And it continued, we will continue promoting peace through strength throughout the region as we build upon the momentum of this ceasefire to further expand the historic Abraham Accords. Now, Yelda, the Abraham Accords was a deal done in the first Trump presidency that saw Israeli normalization with certain Gulf Arab states. It was a remarkable moment in itself, but it has been set back massively by the events of October the 7th and what followed after that. Now, as I said a little earlier on,
bro, it's just like I can't begin to explain to you how stupid everything that we experienced over the past 15 months, because I've been so hyper focused on how unimaginably cruel and violent it's been. But I want to remind you that 80% of the Democratic Party's base of support wanted a ceasefire. 54% of Republicans wanted a ceasefire. 54% of Republicans wanted a ceasefire. 70% of independents wanted a ceasefire. So the Democratic Party did not do this because there were so many Israel dick riders in its ranks. Maybe in its institutions, but certainly not in its base of support. 75% of American Jews wanted a ceasefire. The only group where something close to the majority actually didn't want a ceasefire was evangelical Christian Zionists. And they've never voted for the they've never voted for the Democratic Party. Never. That's so insane to me. "25% of the most conservative American Jews and like 35% of the broader electorate that is the most conservative American Christians that have never voted for the Democrats and never will vote for the Democrats because they think Democrats are pedophilic vampires that were already going to vote for the Republicans were the only constituency reliably voting for Israel to continue bombing Gaza. That's it. And Democrats still did nothing. It's so crazy.
Netanyahu needs to dance to Trump's tune because he needs Trump. He needs Trump to be able to further the Abraham Accords. What Netanyahu really wants is normalization with Saudi Arabia. Harder now than it was 4 years ago because of what has unfolded in Gaza. And to get normalization, he needs a deal, and he needs a deal that Trump can help with. And I think that goes to the heart of answering that question. Why now? Why this deal came now? I would also add briefly, Yalda, that you were discussing with Ali whether or not this will hold over the next 4 days, this ceasefire. I wonder whether it will, for precisely that reason. The Israelis are not likely to derail anything now because of one word, Trump.
How is it not your fault for not delivering the voters to prevent this? Wait. Are you trying to say that like I had a significant role in making Trump win by not delivering votes for Kamala Harris? Not only is that kind of stupid, I mean, really stupid for you to say, and it's something that I've addressed a lot of times, but don't you think that would be good right now? I would be celebrating if I was like pro-Trump. I'd be like, oh yeah, see, I did it. Like I told people to go vote for Trump and then he actually delivered on a ceasefire. I'd be doing victory laps, not warning you that things, might seem good for now, but it's probably going to get a lot worse down the line. If I played a role in Donald Trump actually winning the election, I'd be celebrating it right now, don't you think? I've repeated this before, but if I had this level of power and prominence in swaying the vote in any particular direction, don't you think it was the stupidest decision for the Democratic Party to not kiss my ring? And listen to what I'm saying? It's interesting because, like, I don't have this power, but in your fantasy, in your hypothetical, I do. Then, the Democratic Party would be a fool not to listen to what I have to say and make concessions to me. Don't you think? Ultimately, putting the responsibility of an electoral defeat squarely back in the hands of the Democrats. Makes sense for this to happen since both Trump and Hamas are Muslim. It's true. Yeah. I somehow am a real mover and shaker in terms of like people winning elections. I'm a make it or break it kind of guy for elections. But I also simultaneously do not use that power for Bernie Sanders, Weirdly enough, despite all of the influence that I have, I just simply don't use it for my main man, Bernie. If I had that level of motion, Bernie Sanders would have been president. This would be his second term. The Israeli apartheid would have been abolished. Okay, just kidding. He probably wouldn't do that. Let's be real. But since we're, fantasizing, I'm just gonna, you can't stop me from fantasizing further. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bernard Sanders says, we must dismantle the Zionist entity. An enterprise of settler colonialism must not stand. Not on my watch. We will not repeat the mistakes of the past. There is a new specter haunting the globe. It is one not of Marxist origin, but instead a fascist one. And it's an old specter. One that has dominated the politics of Europe. And we must stop it. The international proletariat must rise up in arms. You have nothing to lose but your chains. Bernie would nuke China? That's crazy. That's what Bernie Sanders would say in my mind. In my fantasy, that's how Bernie is approaching the subject matter. Yeah. Wait, is Israel still bombing stuff? Is this real? Yes, of course. Yeah, Bernie Sanders was a write-in vote for the Lebanese presidential race. I am not a Maronite Christian, as is declared by Lebanese parliamentary law, Lebanese constitution. However, this is an antiquated relic of French colonial ambition, a DEI effort, if you will. So therefore, I, Bernie Sanders, will now be the new president of Lebanon, the first Jewish president of Lebanon. Fuck it, why not? We're fantasizing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're expecting that inauguration of Donald Trump next Monday. And as you say, that ceasefire agreement is expected to, kick in on Sunday. Mark, thanks so much for bringing us up.
It'd be so fucking funny if you saw this after the interview you just had. Yeah, apparently CNN used the clip from my interview already with Bernie Sanders on their news coverage. So it's really, it is kind of GG's if any of your parents actually accidentally were like, oh, isn't that socialist kid you listen to? And then tuned in. And then they saw me doing this. They're going to be like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Why you're no longer allowed to watch this.
Up to date, and Mark was talking there about normalization that Israel wants with Saudi Arabia. Well, Saudi officials have maintained, and they've certainly told me that they are focused on normalization only if there is a Palestinian state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, now we're back to the Senate. Thank me later for finding this.
We'll see. If Trump stops the Israeli government from doing an apartheid, I will do the fucking tasteful photo shoot. No dick, tasteful nude.
Yeah, that was ending the apartheid, not ceasefire. For those of you who misunderstood what I was saying to Bradley Martin, because time and time again, I repeated the position that I likely believe that Donald Trump will get an optics victory here for at least momentary ceasefire. And Netanyahu will give it to him. Semantics, show us your hog. You literally are, never mind. I'm not going to say what you do for a living, but you are a professional journalist, a professional photojournalist. That's crazy. Brandon's farewell address in about 1.5 hours tonight. Oh, God. Fuck him. Anyway, my goat, my king, my lord, my savior. Okay, the man, the myth, the legend. He done did it again. Trump considers executive order hoping to save TikTok ban from U.S. law. 2 W's in one day. Say no more. I mean, how can he get so good? How can he do so much? Hold on. I'm trying to find the song. You already know. Oh, there it is. Someone already linked it. Okay.
With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on
I gotta pee
fighting.
while this
And together,
banger plays.
Make America great again.
Mi gente sale a votar sin miedo a la calle. No hay miedo. No te quedes en la casa, así que tú no me falles. Oye, sale a votar, vota con los 3 de La Habana. Mano para arriba la gente, ciudadana americana. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
No me creo la mentira que están poniendo en televisión. Y aunque digan lo que digan, mujeres por Donald Trump, la buena vida, por Trump, la economía, por Trump. No sé tú, pero yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Me siento orgulloso de ser cubano y americano. Sube las manos si tú te sientes orgulloso de ser cubano y americano. Sube las manos. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Déjate ir. Vote for Donald Trump. I love my freedom. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Pero que dura Melania con su vestido y su cartera Louis Vuitton.
Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Trompita,
This is my favorite part.
trompita. Yo voy a votar
Por Donald Trump.
Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Yo voy a votar
For Donald Trump. Imagine saving TikTok and Palestine in the same day. That's crazy. That's crazy. Trump, the infamous deal maker, is exploring unconventional ways to rescue the Chinese-owned video app from a nationwide ban, arguing it will help him reach an adoring audience throughout his second term. He's not wrong. And the third W of the day. The third W of the day has also landed. Donald Trump's official inauguration portrait. Look at how sexy he looks here. Oh, yeah, he's putting up wilt numbers, dude. He's out of control. He's out of control. He's mocking us. Can Brandon post a photo this sexy? I think not. Just saying. Why is he mocking us? It's because he knows. The MAGA communists were right, dude. The MAGA communists were correct. Donald Trump is undermining the labor aristocracy every day. He is destroying Western Empire. I am more convinced. I am more convinced than ever before that this man is JD Don, baby, as I've said before. JD Don. Okay? Permanent first world genocide Don. It's clear. He's punishing the labor arista KKK rats by for the crimes that the crimes that these Treatlerites have have subjected the global South to. Korean unification. Yeah. He already said he doesn't like borders. He said borders are a scar on this planet. That wasn't Giannis Varoufakis. That was Donald Trump who originally said borders are a scar on this planet. We must take over Canada. What is a border? What is our northern border but a line? A mere scar on the face of this earth. Yeah, he is the globalist king. He said, long live the global intifada. Yeah. Meanwhile, South Korean President Yoon, Joe Biden's favorite karaoke friend, has been arrested over his declaration for martial law. Donald Trump's going to come back and unify Korea. I'm telling you, JD Don, baby, is happening. It's happening. Things are happening, dude. Here. Ken Leakenstein is back at it again. This White House's absurd lack of transparency was on full display in his off-the-record NSC press call regarding the Gaza ceasefire, which I recorded. Listen as a journalist as why we are not allowed to name the official speaking, given that it was already publicly announced.
And then finally, just a technical issue. And I say this with appreciation that you're doing this call, but Green repeatedly told us that Brett McGurk in a public setting was going to be doing this call. And I don't know how do we put that toothpaste back in the tube? Can we?
Remember, they're talking about, you repeatedly told us that Brett McGurk in a public setting was going to be on this call. How do we put the toothpaste back in the tube? The call is on background to a senior administration official. Right, but the issue is you've told a public setting. You've told the world that this call is happening with this person. Glad to discuss, but the invite to the call said it was on background to a senior administration official.
The call's on background to a senior administration official. Thanks, Omar. Right, but the issue is you've told a public setting, you've told the world that this call is happening with this person. Glad to discuss it offline. The invite to the call said it was on background to a senior administration official. I'll turn it over to Brett for the questions.
What is this?
This fucking leaked NYPD memo that Merrill mentioned briefly.
Yes, according to journalist Ken Klippenstein, he obtained a report
Hold on! Ken Klippenstein, that's an ill rap name. Hold on! Yo, Big K Clip. Yo. Bow, K Clip, nigga, what's up? Yo.
That's a fire name.
Ran up on him in the street, couldn't reach his clip in time. I had to leak it to the press. Like my name was Klippenstein! Don DeMarco. Yo, and then they get a reaction, they gotta repeat the bar 7 times, bro. I'm sorry, man, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's so sick. Oh my God, highest praise. Incredible praise for Ken.
I'm sorry. This fucking leaked NYPD memo that Merrill mentioned.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. West Side Gun lyrics be like, we're gonna do Bill Burr as well, but I just want to talk. I do want to talk about Donald Trump saving TikTok potentially. I don't know exactly how he's gonna do it, but the Mad Lad says he wants to do it. President-elect Donald Trump is considering issuing an executive order once in office that will suspend the enforcement of TikTok's sailor ban law for 60 to 90 days, hoping for a brief reprieve for the Chinese-owned app that will net him an early victory. Trump has been mulling ways to save the day for the wildly popular video app. 170 million people, dude. That's an automatic lock. Okay? That is an automatic lock, dude. Trump has been mulling ways to save the day for the wildly popular video app, talking through unconventional deal-making and legal maneuvers. That's crazy. That's my go right there. Oh, also the last thing I wanted to show you is Barack Ravid openly also, who is very close to Biden, as you guys know, openly talking about how Trump played a big role in this in the final push.
So first about Donald Trump, I think Donald Trump was an important factor in this deal. His involvement, I think, was, the 5 cents to the dollar that was missing. I think his public statement threatening that there'll be hell to pay in the Middle East if there's no deal was extremely important. I think the fact that he and the Biden administration, I think Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
What the fuck is wrong with you today? Did Jank introduce you to the bag man? Oh, yeah, he did. Me and Unc are back on board, dude. It's funny to say this, like 2 days after I covered incarcerated firefighters demanding that they get better pay, highlighting the mistreatment of prisoners across the board. Yeah, me and Unc Shaky Gurga are totally in line. Okay? You will never hear me say crime is bad. Okay? I will always and forever maintain the position that crime is very good.
Trump did something that I think no U.S. presidents and president-elect ever did. They worked together during the transition period on a huge diplomatic deal and got it. Biden's envoy, Brett McGurk, and Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, sat together in the meetings in Doha in the negotiations. Yeah, so first about Donald Trump, I think.
Yep. Anyway. All right, where were we? What else? We covered all this. Here's a brief moment of solace from Xiaohongshu. What? Drake is saying that Not Like Us is anti-Semitic? What? No, you just sent me the other. Oh, ProPublica reporting on the Gaza thing. What is this? Drake is also alleging that Not Like Us is anti-Semitic, furthering the recording's refrain that Drake is not like us. The recording alludes to Drake's Jewish heritage, saying Drake is not a colleague but a fucking colonizer. Oh my god. Oh my god, is he saying? Because Drake was like, look, credit where credit is due. Drake did literally sign off. He was, I think he was the first major musician, major celebrity that signed off on the ceasefire. Artist for a ceasefire. something that I have maintained, okay, maybe a little reluctantly because not the biggest Drake fan, but I have said that. Okay? I have openly mentioned this numerous times on numerous occasions. Okay? Is he trying to say that, like, oh, you're calling me a colonizer, like likening what I'm doing to Israel because of my Jewish background? Interesting take. He's saying you can call me whatever, but not compare me to what Israel is doing. I'm just saying. Interesting take from him. And there's at least enough evidence that Drake is not pro-Israel. Drake alleges in the lawsuit that UMG permitted content creators such as CEASEFIRE, Zia's No Life Shack, RDC Gaming, and Cartier Family to monetize reactions that not like us without enforcing copyright claims. He claims that this lack of enforcement enabled the spread of defamatory content while generating profits for both UMG and the creators, prioritizing revenue over Drake's secure safety. Oh my God, he called out RDC and CEASEFIRE? That's crazy. I like that he's just being like, no, you don't understand. I am not like behaving in a Caucasian manner, which is why I've decided to sue people over the funniest, like, most Karen-like takes possible. That's cool. Anyway, Brett Murphy, there's a ceasefire deal, so I want to share the story from my past reporting inside the State Department trying to answer the central question of Biden's foreign policy. How did the U.S. let Israel get away with widespread horrors in Gaza? Since October 7th, Biden and Secretary of State Blinken repeatedly drew lines on humanitarian grounds that the Israelis ostensibly couldn't cross. The IDF crossed them anyway, and each time there were no real consequences. Using leaked documents and interviews, we pieced together scenes from inside the government as diplomats and experts repeatedly tried and failed to change the policy of not holding Israel to account. This is the human rights atrocity of our time, one senior official of state told me. I work for the department that's responsible for this policy. I signed up for this. I don't deserve sympathy for it. In November, State Department human rights leaders met with one of Blinken's top lieutenants and begged the administration to follow through on a threat to cut off arms to Israel for blocking humanitarian assistance. Here's what happened. Several attendees at the November meeting, officials who helped lead the State Department's efforts to promote racial equity, religious freedom, and other high-minded principles of democracy, said the United States' international credibility had been severely damaged by Biden's unstinting support of Israel. Damn, dude. That's crazy. Who could have foreseen that? That's wild. I guess if Biden has a PhD in foreign policy, or even devoid of a PhD in foreign policy, he's that smart. What does that make me in this process? Because I've been repeating this over and over again, actively telling you that members within the State Department are of two different minds on Israel, not because of their care and consideration for the Palestinian statehood or Palestinian lives, but because they were genuinely worried about America's soft power capabilities diminishing. If he has a PhD, or he's that good, but he couldn't see that, but I could, sitting from my home in West Hollywood, what does that put my brain processing powers at? If there was ever a time to hold Israel accountable, one ambassador at the meeting told Tom Sullivan, the State Department's counselor, it was now. But the decision had already been made. Sullivan said the deadline would likely pass without action and Biden would continue to send shipments of bombs uninterrupted, according to two people who were in the meeting. Those in the room deflated. Don't our law, policy, and morals demand it? Pfft. Morals. An attendee told me later, reflecting on the decision to once again capitulate. The best argument you can make in this process is America's is realpolitik, okay? And if they are casting that aside, yeah, of course they don't care about morals, dude, or law. What are you talking about? Leading the empire is a bloody affair. The best possible argument you could have conducted internally to stop this was to openly make the Biden administration understand, one, that his legacy would be forever tarnished as a genocide heir, okay? And two, that America's standing on the international stage was falling apart, which would make American empire initiatives all that more difficult down the line. As I've said time and time again, when you maintain 800 known military bases all around the planet on foreign soil, okay, if you don't have soft power, those security cooperation contracts all of a sudden turn into 800 different military invasions. And no country, not even the United States of America, can maintain an 800 front war, or at least 100 front war. Okay? Even the United States of America is not capable of going back and putting the toothpaste in that tube. All right? Brandon, through his unconditional loyalty to the state of Israel and its genocide, did irreparable harm to America's standing on the global stage. Okay? So for that, maybe he's a little JD Pon, okay? Maybe JD Pon Don and JD Pon Brandon are one and the same on that in that regard. You know what I'm saying? He's a little bit like the Maverick, John McCain, when you think about it. That choice was immediately called into question. Soon after, when the 30-day deadline was up, Blinken made it official and said that Israelis had begun implementing most of the steps he had laid out in his letter, all thanks to the pressure the U.S. had applied. That choice was immediately called into question. On November 14th, the UN committee said that Israel's methods in Gaza, including its use of starvation as a weapon, was consistent with genocide. Amnesty International went further and concluded that genocide was underway. The International Criminal Court also issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defense minister for the war crime of deliberately starving civilians, among other allegations. The U.S. and Israeli governments have rejected the genocide determination as well as the warrants. All year, senior leaders repeatedly disregarded their own experts behind the scenes. They cracked down on leaks by threatening criminal investigations and classifying material that was critical of Israel. Some of the agency's highest-ranking Middle East diplomats complained in private that they were sidelined by Biden's National Security Council. Here's the state's top Palestinian affairs official on why he's been largely absent from the public eye. Hadi Amr, one of the government's highest-ranking authorities on Palestinian affairs, said he was reluctant to address large groups about the administration's Israel policy, and he took issue with much of it. According to notes of the conversation, he warned colleagues that the sentiment in Muslim communities was turning. From a public diplomacy perspective, Amr told him, the war has been catastrophically bad for the U.S. State has said it pressures Israel to take action against soldiers who have committed abuses, and it denied policy prohibiting officials from speaking to nonprofits or classifying documents for reasons other than national security. They also said Blinken welcomes dissent. Now, as you guys know, in the way that Israel operates, they understand the principle of complementarity. Complementarity, is in the eyes of Israel, is a shield to avoid legal scrutiny from international organs of justice. Because as long as complementarity works, and Israel is seen as a, normal democracy that actually prosecutes its own war criminals, right? Then you have no legal authority as an international organ of justice to sidestep Israeli authority, as it's a functioning democracy, for the crimes that they themselves are actually going through the process of prosecuting. The issue is, we know from past affairs, okay? We know from past affairs that Israel has used the principle of complementarity by spying on Bensouda, the previous prosecutor of the ICC, and literally trying to set up internal cases for whichever war crime Bensouda was looking at. Mossad was literally spying on the former ICC prosecutor Benjamin Netanyahu went to Donald Trump and actually got Trump to issue sanctions against Bensouda, the former ICC prosecutor, for the crime of wanting to prosecute Israel for its war crimes. So just so you understand, that was always the complementarity principle is always used as a shield. Okay. If Israel prosecutes its own war crimes, at least the ones that like Bensouda or the ICC is looking at, then they can always turn around and say, excuse me, you have no legal standing. We are prosecuted ourselves. Anyway, I sent the Israeli government questions for our story, and they told me the relationship between the U.S. and Israel depicted in our story is not true to reality. NSC leadership wouldn't talk to us and didn't respond to questions, but in a round of recent exit interviews with other outlets, they've defended Biden's policy and said Israel needs U.S. arms to protect itself. Something that struck with me was this other explanation from Jack Lew, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, the other day. I hadn't seen a senior official make a case like this before. The children who were killed turned out to have been the children of Hamas fighters. Not in every case, but we try to keep that information flowing. But the press moves on. The world moves on. And in policy circles, you can keep people focused saying it's bad. But it wasn't quite what it sounded like. In the world's eye, the first story out there is the one that creates an impression. That is such a monstrous, psychopathic, bloodthirsty attitude to have. You are so far removed from any kind of normalcy. You are so far removed from like any kind of humanity at that point where you're like, nah, you don't understand. The children that were assassinated by the state of Israel are children of Hamas soldiers. They have a program for it. They have a Lavender AI targeting system that creates new targets, many of which are not actually, Hamas militants anyway. But also, it's their children. Why? Because Where's Daddy is a secondary a secondary targeting system that Israel applies, where drones that are constantly surveilling the Gaza Strip will inform the bombing operators when the Hamas militant is actually home, so that you can kill him and his whole family. That's crazy. People tend to focus the day something happens. The media that is presenting a pro-Hamas perspective is out instantaneously telling a story. It tells a story that is, over time, shown not to be completely accurate. 35 children were killed. Well, it wasn't 35 children. It was many fewer. The children who were killed turned out to be the children of Hamas fighters. That is your argument? That's your argument, dude? No, you don't understand. The children that we killed are children of Hamas fighters. Like, that's the best argument you could come up with? Absolute psychopath. Anyway. What? Why don't you debate Jared Lazar on this? I don't know who the heck you're talking about, chatter. I never know if someone is just like even being for real when they bring up like a random name. Isn't that Summit? Wait, Summit 1G? That's his government name? How? I didn't even know what his government name is. Also, if your name is Jared Lazar, why don't you make a pun out of that? Why did you go with Summit? It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, you have a cool ass name, dude. Anyway, let's get to... I don't really care about Pam Bondi, honestly. We'll do some updates on the California wildfires and move on.
The fire emergency in Los Angeles. The most severe wind warning is in effect again this morning, threatening to start new fires, spread existing ones. This new danger comes as we also learn new information about what may have sparked the Palisades fire.
Why not cover Pam Bondi? Because I don't care.
Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman is on the scene. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. The next 11 hours here are going to be absolutely critical. Very low humidity. The winds are going to come howling down canyons like this, which is why fire officials have pre-positioned so many trucks in almost every driveway here. This goes on. In all, about 15,000 firefighters in Southern California right now. They are concerned that these winds could whip up embers and ignite new fires here.
This morning, for the second straight day, millions facing an extreme fire risk in Southern California. The next 12 hours, critical.
Everybody here urges you to remain alert, as danger has not yet passed.
Fire crews scrambling to mop up any remaining hotspots, fearing that powerful Santa Ana winds and dry conditions could rekindle the monstrous Eaton and Palisades fires. Palisades fire now 18% contained as new clues emerge about how it may have started. ABC News has learned that the ATF, the federal agency...
Your tweet that made me come to that stream seems right-wing, which is upsetting being left-wing. Stop trying to suck up to them. Wait, what? Like to give money to a leftist from other side of the sea. Thanks for your commentary. What? Your tweet made me come to that stream seems right-wing, which is upsetting being left-wing. Stop trying to suck up to them. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Are you saying you expected me to be right-wing? Or are you saying that you saw my tweet and it seemed right-wing focused? Oh, let's continue.
Is just a man we need at a time.
Oh, wrong one. Hold on.
Agency charged with investigating arson and explosions is zeroing in on the Palisades Highland area.
The foot of the fire started real close to where the last fire was on New Year's Eve.
Some residents pointing to this fire, first reported on the hillside just after midnight on New Year's Day.
LAFD had sent helicopters and had sent trucks to put that fire out. They were there for hours, circling overhead. We assumed then the fire was out. For the next several nights, there were fireworks again going off at night in various areas in the hills.
By 3:38 a.m., the fire is stopped, and an hour later, by 4:46, fully contained. Fire officials say that ash pits or tree roots can smolder for days unseen.
Wait, we were right behind it.
Then at 10:30 a.m. Tuesday, January.
The crazy thing is these guys got blamed for the wildfire. And now the most likely the most likely scenario is that it's a reignition from a previous fire that was put out because someone else had lit fireworks during New Year's Eve. Yeah, they hit him with the fart principle. Whoever smelt it dealt it. That's what they did. They were like, "Oh, you were there?" Oh yeah, I was on CNN. We'll look at that in a second with the Bernie. We got some hits off the Bernie interview.
February 7th, the Palisades fire was reported. These side-by-side satellite images seem to show that fire starting at nearly the same spot as the fire the week before. We witnessed the furious firefighting efforts at that spot as the Palisades fire began to spread.
Just in the past couple of seconds since we've been here, this fire has crested this little hill we're on. The entire basin here is engulfed in flames.
FEMA on the ground in L.A. already receiving 40,000 aid applications. 84-year-old Susan Solser says she watched the Palisades fire approach her home from her kitchen window before fighting the fire with her 86-year-old husband, Winston, saving their home.
I wasn't sure where Winston was. Couldn't contact him, but it turned out he was at the south end of the house doing the same thing.
The Palisades and Eaton fires have claimed the lives of 25 people, and the survivors are still reeling.
It was literally shooting like fireballs. It looked like
a volcano.
Zaire Calvin remembers the Eaton fire surging towards the place he's called home for 47 years.
I got the
You're getting your mother.
Getting my mother. We're going. I go to the left, and my sister's car is still there.
He says he thought his sister, Evelyn McClendon, had managed to leave already. The next day, they located her.
When you're mourning your sister's death, there's no real understanding. There's no understanding. There's no way to even take it in.
The family hit hard, but not giving up on their community.
Everyone is fighting. Everyone is literally just asking, leaning on each other to say, what's next? What's the best thing to do?
Folks like Zaire Calvin say that they can rebuild. They just need the financial resources and support in order to do it. Now, something that authorities here are very concerned about. Over the past 8 days, there have been 3 particularly dangerous situation alerts put out by the National Weather Service. There have also been some mistaken text alerts on that emergency alert system put out by the county, and officials are concerned there will be complacency, but they are pleading with folks to heed those warnings. They say lives are at stake. Michael.
And you can definitely feel the heartbreak there, and you definitely need to take those warnings seriously. Thank you so much, Matt.
Go rolling.
Wall Street Journal did a firefighters are fighting fires for less than $2 an hour apiece.
This is a group of wildland firefighters.
Going all the way up?
This is the main Palisades fire. So they're tasked with going up these steep hills and protecting these expensive houses from burning down.
7 years wildland, 61 fires. I've called about 30 of those out. I've had one restart about 90 days later. It can reignite 90 days after the fact. That sounds insane.
Thousands of firefighters have come from all around the country to battle the still raging Los Angeles fires.
That felt good. We needed that.
This crew came from a prison camp.
So these are inmates in the California penal system. These guys all volunteered to come out here. And this is a major labor force for California.
Around 1,600 incarcerated people work as firefighters in California, making up as much as 15% of the state firefighting force, CAL FIRE.
16% of the total fighting force. Sometimes it's up to upwards of 30% of all firefighters out on the line are incarcerated.
We work 24 on, 24 off. We won't be out of here till 6, 7 tomorrow morning. I know, it's kind of surreal, you know what I mean?
This is California history down here. I mean, we're in Hollywood. It's better than being locked in a cell. We're basically free out here. Is the pay a little rough? I get $1 an hour right now, and I'm one of the highest paid guys on the crew.
Incarcerated firefighters get between $5 and $10 a day. When they're assigned to a fire, they earn an extra $1 an hour. By contrast, a firefighter hired by CAL FIRE to do similar work ends up earning about $350 for a 24-hour shift, not including overtime. But the bigger draw is early release. Serving on a fire...
Okay, CAL FIRE's numbers are so insanely low as well, by the way. That's crazy. Dude, do you understand? You're working 24 hours on, 24 hours off. You're sleeping in the mountains. You can't even bring a bed with you. Like, you can't bring like a sleeping bag with you because everything else you're carrying could potentially become an issue in a fire. And everything you're carrying you have to have the lightest load, basically, because you're trekking for 24 hours. Okay? And even the people that are fighting the wildfires that aren't incarcerated are making $350 for a full 24-hour shift. Like, that's the maxed out hazard pay. Also, being on the Sawyer team, those guys have to take tests and train for more than a year to be able to do that. These dudes are legit. Yeah. Like, when I think about that, not even the incarcerated, the people who are not incarcerated, and then I compare that to the police salaries for sitting around playing Candy Crush, waiting for like some black or brown teenager to roll over with an electric scooter so I can shoot them and then be like, I killed a looter, and how much hazard pay and overtime pay they actually rack up in that same time frame, I'm like, what are we doing? Our spending priorities are so out of whack. Bro, $350 a day is still great. Are you crazy? We're talking about 24 hours. You're working for 24 hours under conditions that are deadly. Like, you can die. What? Dog, you're talking about $14.50 an hour. That's lower than the California minimum wage. Why? Because Cal Fire, like people that work in the Forestry Service, are federal employees, as in they make less money. They make the least amount of money in the federal government. They're making $15 an hour, dude. $350 for 24 hours is insane. I mean, $350 for 12 hours as a production assistant, and that's not fighting fires. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Cal Fire is state. Yeah, before overtime, and Cal Fire is state. Oh, Cal Fire is not federal pay. I thought Cal Fire also had the pay that was like similar to federal pay. Am I wrong on this? I'm sure there's some wildfire firefighters in here. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's extra messed up if they're getting only $350 a day for a 24-hour time frame that they're working.
Fire crew gets time shaved off your sentence and a chance to get your record expunged.
We're here for the opportunity to reduce our time. Anything I can do to go home a day or two earlier, I'm going to be there to do it.
After a 24-hour...
No, U.S. Forest Service guys envy the Cal Fire. They make about 3x federal salary. Really?
Or shift and then a 24-hour rest. The crew is back at work. Now, the job changes from fighting fires to helping prevent them.
This is the arduous work of just clearing this area and making sure it's safe and stopping the fires before they start. This is work that these guys do all year round. It doesn't just happen when there's wildfires.
We do this Monday through Friday. This is what we do every day, fire or not. When we talk to other groups and they're doing the same stuff we're doing, and we talk to them about how much you guys getting paid. Oh, well, we getting paid $20 an hour, or we getting paid this much a day. They be like, dang. At the end of the month, we probably make like $100. Something that somebody probably making like half a day.
Kip Ford says his time on the fire crew has been an attempt at redemption.
It's wild because the cops that are overseeing them, like the COs, are getting paid probably double overtime and hazard pay in the process. They also don't go out on the line, I suspect.
Prison after being convicted of construction fraud in the aftermath of the 2018 Camp Fire in Paradise, California. A verdict he's appealed.
I have a part of my past that I'm not 100% proud of. Well, I just hope that I have did all I can to right that wrong as best I could. We were up there fighting them fires this year as a crew, as a team. The Park Fire, the Thompson Fire, the Apache Fire. But just to go to say, you know, that's, what do they say, is karma. All I can do is move forward, and that's how I justify the day.
This video is a perfect example of what's happening in Altadena. National Guard and cops with guns out on one side of the street while community organizes mutual aid and resources next to a burnt down house across the way. The state isn't doing anything here other than a show of force. You don't understand. They're dealing with the looters, and there would be so many of them if it wasn't for the National Guard. All right. That was crazy. Let's do Bill Burr.
Our first guest is just a man-up comedy special called.
I saw pieces of this interview and it's like, I'm over it, dude. Bill Burr, you have to come on the show. All right. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm done. I saw this. I texted my manager. I was like, how do we get Bill Burr? And he said, we just email his agent and pray. I'm sick and tired of it. It's been far too long. We have to get Bill Burr on the show before this year ends. He's promoting his new Hulu special. He has to come on. I'm done. I'm done playing games, Bill. Have that fat boy hook you up? You mean Stavi? He doesn't know him like that. Do you think I didn't ask Stavros if he knows William Burr? He owns a helicopter, by the way. I didn't even know that was the case. The lovely Nia. I would get into his helicopter. You guys know I'm anti-helicopter and I'm deathly afraid of it. And I think helicopters are an affront to God. I think it's disrespectful. Like airplanes, fine, okay? But that's a bridge too far. Helicopters, a bridge too far. You've taken it too far. Okay? But the love I have for this man, I would get into the helicopter he's commandeering. As an ex-cop, you don't understand the true mental and physical strain the job puts on you, but it's far more strenuous than being a firefighter. Our base salary was always pretty low, so we needed to work overtime jobs and off-duty jobs. Without those off-duty jobs, a lot of us wouldn't have enough money to pay the bills. But the issue I see with every police is that every department is different and not regulated the same. Chatter, I'm sorry. I don't want everybody to cook you since you said you're an ex-cop, okay, and no longer a cop. Like, I don't want them to cook you that hard, but this is, and I can't stress this enough, the worst community to say this in, okay? Like you stepped on a literal this is probably the most the most anti-cop community in the Western Hemisphere. Get behind me. I will protect you. Okay? I will protect you. There's no way. Oh no. All right. Don't yell at this guy. He's not a cop anymore. Okay, calm down. You have to work to deprogram cop brain out of him. He's no longer a cop. Okay? I've given him an ocular pat down. I've tactically ascertained that this cop, this former police officer, this former Leo will not actually engage in a kinetic situation. Okay? Everybody calm down. Put your gun down now, chat. All right, let's continue. Stavros, famously a 70s cop show actor. Not Stavi, baby. Not Stavros. Stavros told me he met him one time. I think he opened, like Bill Burr was doing, like randomly got up on the mic, and Stavros was after him. And he messed up his name or something, but he felt very apologetic about it. Why does it sound like that? I'm having a hard time, dude.
Some TikTok.
I'm not the healthiest I've been. Bill Burr would cook you so bad, I would be honored every step of the way. If Bill Burr graced me with his presence and chose to cook me, I would sit there and say, yes, sir, I deserve this. Please, sir, can I have some more? That's what I would say. I'd be honored to get cooked by Bill Burr. I love Bill Burr. You guys know this. Anyway, oh my God, chatters. Every single person turns into a goddamn nanny. The moment I say I'm not feeling too good, everyone's like, oh, take some NyQuil, go to sleep. Don't even stream tomorrow. Shut up. Go rest before Japan, big man. I'm a 33-year-old man. What the hell are you guys talking about? I can make these decisions on my own, please. Holy moly. Jesus Christ. All right, let's continue. Red Note surges in popularity as TikTok users seek alternatives amid potential ban.
Users are downloading another Chinese app in protest in case the wildly popular social media app TikTok is banned in the U.S. This app is called Red Note, and in case you didn't hear, it is the top downloaded app in the U.S. right now, which is unbelievable. It features short-form videos similar to what you see on TikTok. Some Americans, angry over the potential TikTok ban this weekend, are using the app to post videos with the hashtag TikTokRefugee, which has surged in popularity. Folks in the U.S. who joined Red Note are being welcomed by other users. One wrote, "I am your Chinese spy." Jokingly, I suppose. TikTok's China-based parent company, ByteDance, has until this Sunday to sell off the app or face a ban here in the U.S. due to national security concerns. Ban is a bit of a stretch. Really what's going to happen is TikTok won't be available in your app store, so you won't be able to upload it. So theoretically, it would die a slow and glitchy death.
So no new users, and then you wouldn't be able to refresh with the software fixes.
Right.
So it would just get glitchy. But like, is Instagram Reels so bad to people that they're using another Chinese app rather?
Bro, my sinuses are so full. When I push air out of my nose, I start tearing up. It's crazy. That's crazy. Consume some food that is more hot sauce than food. I would rather not use social media for the rest of my life than you rely primarily on Instagram Reels. It's a fate worse than death. Oh. Do you have a Xiao Hongshu account yet? No, I do not.
That is a good point.
Why not just go to the
Red Note
Zuckerberg
Red Note might eventually face a similar fate if the government decides that it, is problematic. So
Ken also found out that not only is the TikTok ban not permanent, but as far as his reporting stands, the government has actually made specific carve-outs for specific people to continue using TikTok freely, which I don't even understand how that would work if TikTok is banned on January 19th and then TikTok actually shuts off its servers. Okay. Yeah. If you are a government official promoting the United States of America, they still want you on there. So if you catch me on TikTok after January 19th, you already know your suspicions are correct. I am working for the CIA and doing pro-American propaganda. That's how desperately I want my TikTok to remain, okay? Please don't take it away from me. I would like it. I would like to continue using it. I will do pro-American propaganda.
All right, breaking news, an earthquake in the world of social media that could be even bigger than we thought. Reports that TikTok is planning to shut down its app to users in the United States this Sunday, the day a federal ban is scheduled to take effect. Now, that ban was supposed to just mean that people couldn't update their apps. This goes much, much further. This means that people won't even be able to get in to TikTok. This new report comes from the tech site The Information. CNN's Claire Duffy is here. This is a huge deal. This is much bigger than we thought it would be and much quicker.
Yeah, I imagine there are some creators on TikTok who are really freaking out now if they weren't already. ByteDance really had three options here. The first was to shut down TikTok altogether when this ban went into effect. The next was to sell TikTok to a non-Chinese owner. They've expressed very little interest so far in doing that, although we may be hearing some negotiating happening soon. And the third option was to essentially do nothing and allow the app stores to ban it, because it was always really the app stores who were on the hook to remove the platform from their app stores.
I've been bringing up the expanded impact of the TikTok ban into the drug development terrain. The Biosecure Act was proposed by Dems last year, and it would force U.S. companies to divest or stop working with Chinese companies. This would be extremely detrimental to literally anyone on medication. It's especially detrimental when you consider that China has been on the cutting edge of novel chemical compound discovery so far, especially in this last year, where they figured out like a new chemical for dental work that like autofills, like rebuilds your teeth. Is something that I saw. There was another thing like that where they've made serious leaps in discovery in terms of Alzheimer's, like combating Alzheimer's, and numerous other things. So the fact that they are the fact that they would try to do that. Curing diabetes. That's another thing. The fact that they would shut that off is, who am I joking with? I mean, they did that with Cuba. Cuba has a lung cancer vaccine, and it's illegal for Americans to go and get it in Cuba, and people still do it illegally. Okay? So, you know, that hasn't stopped America before.
And that's really what we expected, was that people just wouldn't be able to download the app if they got a new phone. They wouldn't be able to update it. But if you had the app on your phone, you would still be able to use it. Now, according to this new report, it sounds like people won't be able to access the app at all. If they go on there, they'll be redirected to a site explaining the ban. Creators may be able to download their data, their old videos, but they won't actually be able to access TikTok. And this may be sort of a negotiating tactic on the part of ByteDance. They obviously are going to have a lot of upset creators, and as they're trying to potentially work out a plan with the new Trump administration, that having lots of angry folks in the United States, 170 million American users, could be a leverage point for ByteDance here. We're already seeing creators move to a number of different alternative apps as people try to...
Isn't it cool that I have not seen not one. Normally, at least there's one. But in this circumstance, not one dissenting voice in mainstream media about this TikTok ban. Not a singular voice, dude. Maybe it's out there and I haven't seen it. But every report that I've read on the TikTok ban, from every single outlet, from Fox News down to independent media, down to not independent media, down to, local broadcasters, not a single one of them have talked about how insane this process is. Virtually every single critique of this revolves around the legality of it. But even then, while they're talking about is this legal, or will this have a chilling effect on free speech across the board? Once that question is asked, the answer is immediately no, not at all. They're going to write a very specific carve out for TikTok alone. It is crazy. Someone said Wall Street Journal did a piece against it. They keep explaining it like ByteDance is groveling to the U.S. It's disgusting. Yeah, that's the other thing. They're also making it seem as though America holds massive power in this equation. Of course the Chinese are going to succumb to our whim. Like, this already happened. It happened in India. Okay? Yes, the US market is only 17% of TikTok's user base, which is not that significant. But the amount of money that the amount of revenue that TikTok generates for American institutional investors, by the way, very wealthy institutional investors that are American, first and foremost, just so you understand, is a tremendous number. It's not a tiny percentage. The revenue you generate from the American market is massive. Americans are wealthy. Americans love selling stuff. Americans love, more importantly, buying stuff. Okay? So having said that, it is a big hit. As far as the user base goes, when TikTok was banned in India initially, they just found a second market. Okay? They went to a different market and were able to make up that loss. For the United States of America, I'm not so sure if they'd be able to make up that revenue loss, but I don't think they care. %20 of your users isn't small. Well, they India banned TikTok too, chat, and that's, I suspect, was a much larger market than the American one, but it wasn't large by revenues. I suspect. I don't know actually. What was the Indian revenue for TikTok India? I wonder if we could find it. But it was definitely a larger user base overall. It is crazy though. I have a really bad one that was pro ban for the time. Starts at 57 seconds. Oh, David French
This
on the case for
podcast is
banning
supported
TikTok.
by Thuma,
This is
a
going to make
modern
me
design
lose my
company.
mind, by the
Don't
way.
be shut down.
TikTok official, New York Times opinion, where I focus on law, politics, and culture.
The U.S. Supreme Court is weighing whether the federal government can ban TikTok if its Chinese owner ByteDance refuses to sell.
The U.S. is arguing that TikTok poses a serious threat to national security and must ultimately find a new owner or be shut down.
TikTok officials say the law violates free speech rights.
David, I really wanted to talk to you about your very strong opinion about TikTok. You've written that you think the app should be banned in the United States because of national security concerns. As a legal expert and as somebody who's spent your career fighting for free speech, I'd really love to walk through how you think.
Yeah, I love these free speech defenders being like, no, you don't understand. It's actually really awesome that it's happening this time. Like, it's so frustrating, dude. It's not that complex. It directly contradicts, like, I don't even care about TikTok's supposed editorial control over its own algorithm, okay? So as a platform, it technically is like, in some way, shape, or form, doing a demonstration of speech. But that's not what the real reason is. Like, I mean, part of the reason is because Americans are using it for free speech in a way that the American government can't curb or control or have any say in. And that's very frustrating. What's really funny about this process, on at least like with respect to the Red Book, people going on the Red Note or the Red Book, okay, is that people are, all the liberals on Twitter are like chiming in, talking about how, hold on. All the liberals are chiming in about being like, oh, why don't you type in Tiananmen Square or Uyghur genocide on the Red Note? And it's like, dude, this wasn't even a story until America decided to ban TikTok. Like, what is the argument? What is the argument? Like, you're saying like, oh, well, they're doing free speech suppression, so it's okay that we do it too? Like, I don't understand. And they're writing it in English and not in Chinese. And apparently if you write it in Mandarin, it shows up, but it doesn't matter. It's just like, it's so stupid that they're like, that's why we have to ban TikTok. Oh, okay, got it. Like, even the argument that you could make is, well, guess what? You know, Facebook doesn't operate in China, or Twitter doesn't operate in China, or TikTok itself doesn't exist in China. They have a different product. And that product is far more restrictive. Okay, is that a good thing? Why is it that if it's a bad thing, you're only focusing on you're only interested in copying the bad things that China does? Never the good things. No punishment for corrupt party officials. No punishment for corrupt corporate oligarchs. No punishments whatsoever no high-speed rail. No even development. It's very frustrating. They're going to take all of the worst aspects of Chinese governance and be like, oh, we're only implementing those. Well, at least they have the high-speed rails and the lack of free speech. I'd rather take the high-speed rails and then have like Chinese safeguards over my internet, okay? We're doing the censorship and we don't even have the high-speed rails. It's such a stupid argument. Give me the high-speed rail, and then we'll discuss whether it's all right if I can call Donald Trump Winnie the Pooh or something, okay? If you give me the high-speed rail, I'm willing to never call Donald Trump Winnie the Pooh, okay? If that's even a real thing. What a shit argument. Oof. Wait, really? Really? You want to... What you fail to comprehend here is that if you write pro-Palestinian sentiment enough times on almost every single one of the American-owned and operated social media platforms, you still get boomed. And guess what? On top of that, you don't have high-speed rail. So who wins in that situation? Yeah, go type cisgender on Twitter. Talking about free speech. Which is not even about private institutions anyway. Oof, move to China. Dude, this is such a funny own. Like, you do realize that I would probably be fine moving and living in China. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think they're going to do to me if I did move to China? Like, you're not talking about an area that has been absolutely destroyed by American empire at this point. Like when you say, oh, if you love it so much, why don't you move to Iraq? It's like, well, America fucked it. So it's kind of hard for me to like have a normal, comfortable existence there. But if you're talking about like move to China, it's like, yeah, no, that sounds awesome. You're threatening me with a good time. Like I would love to do that. It's no different than asking me to move to Japan. Okay. You understand that, right? It's so stupid. But the reason why you have this stupid opinion is because in your mind, it's like, ooh, a scary place. I have more rights in a place like China than like a person growing up in a rural area does, by the way. Like I have more freedoms in regards to how I can operate in China. Like the real argument, if you want to be critical of China, is to talk about the two-tier structure that some places that haven't been developed yet have in terms of moving into tier 1 cities, for example. And they're working on it, for the record. That's an initiative that like they're working on. But like there are legitimate criticisms that you could have. It's just weird to have those criticisms in the United States of America. Okay? It's just weird. It's weird and hypocritical and stupid. Are you seriously comparing Japan to China? Yes, you're right. China is actually currently in its Japan in the 90s stage, so it's probably infinitely better to live in China than to live in Japan. Yeah. No imprisoning political opinions. Yeah, the right stuff. Oh my God. What is this?
Privileges that we had in America that we don't quite have.
All right, here we are. We've landed once again in this TikTok conversation because so many people are constantly like critical of China, but not in the right ways. Okay. Critical of China in like really silly ways where I just have to sit here and, glaze China. Dude, you have to understand, this isn't the 80s anymore, man. You can't just like behave as though, you cannot behave as though China is like, post-famine North Korea, okay? Like everyone has internet, dude. You have internet. You can check it out online. You cannot be this inundated with anti-China propaganda that you are just refusing to recognize that it is a normal country just like any other country, okay? It is functionally no different than like Norway or France, you know what I mean? You would never, if you were like, go live in France, dumbass, okay? If you said something along those lines, everyone would laugh at you and be like, why? I would love to live in France. That sounds awesome. You know what I mean? But for Americans, they're so brain rotted where they're like, what? Look, go live in China then. It's so stupid. Like, you can even make that argument about Russia, right? Understandable. Okay? Lots of corruption, a state that is completely owned by a couple oligarchs that are controlled by Vladimir Putin, engaging in an unjustifiable war. There's a lot of, there's a lot of corruption. There's a lot of disorder. Makes sense. Okay. I get that. It wouldn't be the best. Okay. It wouldn't be great. Also terrible weather conditions in general, but that's like that's one thing, right? But making this argument about China is so stupid. The video you have on screen is satirical. No, I know. I love these guys. I watch them all the time. I see them on my For You page all the time. Biden's final address to the nation is live. Oh, God.
The elements of which I laid out in great detail in May of this year. This plan was developed and negotiated by my team and will be largely implemented by the incoming administration. That's why I told my team to keep the incoming administration fully informed, because that's how it should be, working together as Americans. This will be my final address to you from the American people, from the Oval Office, from this desk as president. And I've been thinking a lot about who we are and maybe more importantly, who we should be. Long ago in New York Harbor, an iron worker installed beam after beam, day after day. He was joined by steel workers, stonemasons, engineers. They built not just a single structure, but a beacon of freedom. The very idea of America was so big, we felt the entire world needed to see. The Statue of Liberty, a gift from France after our Civil War. Like the very idea of America, it was built not by one person, but by many people, from every background and from around the world. Like America, the Statue of Liberty is not standing still. Her foot literally steps forward atop a broken chain of human bondage. She's on the march, and she literally moves. She was built to sway back and forth to withstand the fury of stormy weather, to stand the test of time because storms are always coming. She sways a few inches, but she never falls into the current below. An engineering marvel. The Statue of Liberty is also an enduring symbol of the soul of our nation. A soul shaped by forces that bring us together and by forces that pull us apart. And yet, through good times and tough times, we've withstood it all. A nation of pioneers and explorers, of dreamers and doers, of ancestors native to this land, of ancestors who came by force, a nation of immigrants who came to build a better life, a nation holding the torch of the most powerful idea ever in the history of the world, that all of us are created equal, that all of us deserve to be treated with dignity, justice, and fairness, that democracy must defend and be defined and be imposed, moved in every way possible. Our rights, our freedoms, our dreams. But we know the idea of America, our institution, our people, our values that uphold it.
You know, his speechwriters were just like, dude, come on, it's your final farewell address. Like, they really did not put a lot of emphasis in this.
The example of our power or the power of our example. Whether we show the courage to stand up to the abuse of power or we yield to it. After 50 years at the center of all of this, I know that believing in the idea of America means respecting the institutions that govern a free society. The presidency, the Congress, the courts, a free and independent press. Institutions that are rooted, they just might not reflect the timeless words, but they echo the words of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Rooted in the timeless words of the Constitution, we the people. Our system of separation.
Americans be like, China number two, not even two, America number one, and then this is our president.
Maintained our democracy for nearly 250 years.
This is the leader of the free world,
than any
dude.
other nation in history that's ever tried such a bold experiment. In the past 4 years, our democracy has held strong. And every day I've kept my commitment to be president for all Americans through one of the toughest periods in our nation's history. I've had a great partner in Vice President Kamala Harris. It's been the honor of my life to see the resilience of essential workers getting us through a once-in-a-century pandemic. The heroism of service members and first responders keeping us safe. The determination of advocates standing up for our rights and our freedoms instead of losing their jobs to an economic crisis that we inherited. Millions of Americans now have the dignity of work. Millions of entrepreneurs and companies creating new businesses and industries, hiring American workers, using American products. And together, we've launched a new era of American possibilities. One of the greatest modernizations of infrastructure in our entire history, from new roads, bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American. We invented the semiconductor, smaller than the tip of my little finger, and now is bringing those chip factories and those jobs back to America where they belong, creating thousands of jobs. Finally, giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for millions of seniors. And finally, doing something to protect our children and our families by passing the most significant gun safety law in 30 years. And bringing violent crime to a 50-year low.
Dude, that part is so funny.
Meeting our sacred obligation to over 1
That's
million
like
veterans.
Trump saying he did the most significant gun safety measures because he banned bump stocks. Like,
to their families.
God, we're
providing
so
medical care and
pathetic,
education
dude.
benefits and more for their families. You know, it will take time to feel the full impact of all we've done together. But the seeds are planted, and they'll grow and they'll bloom for decades to come. At home, we've created nearly 17
I bet this stuff goes hard as fuck for people who don't know anything. Nah, because they also don't like the aesthetics of an
More
old
people have
man.
health care than ever
So
before.
it basically has no.
Overseas, we've
The
strengthened
only people that will like what we're watching here is going to be like diehard Democratic Party operatives and loyalists.
I'm so proud of how much we've accomplished for the American people. And I wish the incoming administration success, because I want America to succeed. That's why I've upheld my duty to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition of power, to ensure we lead by the power of our example. I have no doubt that America is in a position to continue to succeed. That's why my farewell address tonight, I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern. This is a dangerous and that's a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people. And the dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked. Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. We see the consequences all across America, and we've seen it before. More than a century ago, but the American people stood up to the robber barons back then and busted the trusts. They didn't punish the wealthy. They just made the wealthy play by the rules everybody else had to. Workers want rights to earn their fair share. You know, they were dealt into the deal, and it helped put us on a path to building the largest middle class, the most prosperous century any nation in the world has ever seen. And we've got to do that again. In the last 4 years, that is exactly what we've done. People should be able to make as much as they can, but play by the same rules. Pay their fair share of taxes. So much is at stake. Right now, the existential threat of climate change has never been clearer. Just look across the country, from California to North Carolina. That's why I signed the most significant climate and clean energy law ever in the history of the world, and the rest of the world is trying to model it now. It's working, creating jobs and industries of the future. You know, we've proven we don't have to choose between protecting the environment and growing the economy. We're doing both. But powerful forces want to wield their unchecked influence to eliminate the steps we've taken to tackle the climate crisis, to serve their own interest for power and profit.
I wonder if Biden saw Bernie's words and got sad when I interviewed him and he said some mean words about
of
him.
Our children and our grandchildren. We must keep pushing
Just
forward.
kidding. Obviously, his staffers don't show him
faster.
anything negative, but
There's no time to waste. It's also clear that American leadership in technology is unparalleled, an unparalleled source of innovation that can transform lives. We see the same dangers of the concentration of technology, power, and wealth. You know, his farewell address, President Eisenhower spoke of the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power, end of quote. 6 decades later, I'm equally concerned about the potential rise of a tech-industrial complex that could pose real dangers for our country as well. Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The free press is crumbling. Editors are disappearing. Social media is giving up on fact-checking. The truth is smothered by lies told for power and for profit. We must hold the social platforms accountable to protect our children, our families, and our very democracy from the abuse of power. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence is the most consequential technology of our time, perhaps of all time. Nothing offers more profound possibilities and risks for our economy and our security, our society, for humanity. Artificial intelligence even has the potential to help us answer my call to end cancer as we know it. But unless safeguards are in place, AI could spawn new threats to our rights, our way of life, to our privacy, how we work and how we protect our nation. We must make sure AI is safe and trustworthy and good for all humankind. In the age of AI, it's more important than ever that the people must govern. And as the land of liberty, America, not China, must lead the world in the development of AI. You know, in the years ahead, it'll help to be, it's going to be up to the president, the presidency, the Congress, the courts, the free press, and the American people to confront these powerful forces. We must reform the tax code, not by giving the biggest tax cuts to billionaires, but by making them begin to pay their fair share. We need to get dark money. That's that hidden funding behind too many campaigns contributions. We need to get it out of our politics. We need to enact an 18-year time limit, time and term, for the strongest ethics reforms for our Supreme Court. We need to ban members of Congress from trading stock while they're in the Congress. We need to amend the Constitution to make clear that no president is immune from crimes that he or she commits while in office. The president's power is not limited. It's not absolute, and it shouldn't be. And in a democracy, there's another danger to the concentration of power and wealth. It erodes a sense of unity and common purpose. It causes distrust and division. Participating in our democracy becomes
It's
exhausting.
so cool that his farewell address is like, yo, this president guy should really do a lot about these things that I'm talking about.
We have to stay engaged in the process. I
You
know
got
it's
5 more
frustrating.
days, man. Get
A
to
fair
work,
shot
bitch.
is what makes America America. Everyone's entitled to a fair shot, not a guarantee, but just a fair shot, an even playing field, going as far as your hard work and talent can take you. We can never lose that essential truth, remain who we are. I've always believed, and I've told other world leaders, America can be defined by one word.
His last 5 days will be remembered for 500 years. He's gonna do crazy stuff
Believe
now.
anything
Just
is
wait.
possible.
He's putting Elon Musk in prison.
Again, he's in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, setting the legal precedent that if you have more than $100 billion, you're going to jail. Elon Musk is about to get the Jack Ma approach.
That's the magic of America. It's all around us. Upstairs in the residence of the White
Yeah,
House.
Dark Brandon incoming. He was Chinese all along, dude. We didn't recognize it. We didn't respect it. Okay, I'm telling you, he was Chinese the whole time.
I mean, on the outstretched arm of the statue that holds the torch. It reminds me every day.
It feels like a flex where he's like, wouldn't it be cool if I did all these things that I'm warning against? That I like did anything to try to stop all of the things that I'm warning against? Wouldn't that have been
Son of
sick?
an immigrant.
Yeah, you got
His
nothing
job
though.
was to climb that torch and polish the amber panes so rays of light could reach out as far as possible. He was known as the keeper of the flame. He once said of the Statue of Liberty, quote, speaks a silent universal language, one of hope that anyone who seeks and speaks freedom can understand. Yes, we sway back and forth to withstand the fury of the storm, to stand the test of time. A constant struggle, a short distance between peril and possibility. But what I believe is the America of our dreams is always closer than we think. And it's up to us to make our dreams come true. Let me close by stating my gratitude to so many people, to the members of my administration, as well as public service and first responders across the country and around the world. Thank you for stepping up to serve. To our service members and your families, it's been the highest honor of my life to lead you as Commander-in-Chief. And of course to Kamala and our incredible partner, historic Vice President. She and Doug have become like family, and to me, family's everything. My deepest appreciation to our amazing First Lady who's with me in the Oval today, for our entire family. You're the love of my life and the lives of my love. My eternal thanks to you, the American people. After 50 years of public service, I give you my word. I still believe in the
Women
idea.
held up half the sky, Jack. I will let 1,000 blossoms bloom.
The character of our people matter and must endure. Now it's your turn.
I'm enshrining a monument for Yahya Sinwar.
Keeper of the flame.
Going forward, we're doing it all. Next 5 days.
You love it too.
I will make Luigi Mangione
May God protect your children.
look like
Thank you for this great honor.
a peaceful man with what I'll do to the insurance companies. Oh, the black and white President Joe Biden Oval Office address. It looks like he's dying. It looks like he died. There are weeks, or there are decades where nothing happens. And then there are weeks where decades happen. I'll show you what I can do in 5 days. This literally looks like a photograph that you would put in memoriam, except you wouldn't even do that because, like, he looks kind of sad here, too. The courage To stand up for the rights of our democracy is espoused after centuries of respecting the institutions that govern our society and speaking independence and liberty for generations to come. If you are moved by this speech, you have to go to an old folks home. It doesn't matter how old you are. Like, you could be 28 years old, head mod of like r/neoliberal or whatever, and you still have to go to an old folks home immediately. This is the first time I felt kind of bad for Biden because he reminded me of a sad, dying dog, old dog. Jesus Christ. Where are the Biden heads, dude? Key demographic Austin show? No, I don't even think Austin fucks with them like that. Yeah, this was just dementia monologues. No, I mean, he read. It's not like he wrote the speech. He just read the speech. Breaking, Joe Biden has died. What are health risks? Grok AI question. POTUS is seen through the Oval Office doors. He delivers his farewell address to the nation. And of course, that criminal is right there. And by that, I don't mean Hunter Biden. I'm talking about Doug. Okay? That's right. That criminal Douglas sitting closest to Biden. What does that mean? Lock him up. What? Jill Biden shares disappointment with Pelosi. We were friends for 50 years. Jesus. Can we lose our minds at the swing Harris and Muslim precincts? Yeah. 122% swing towards Trump. How did that happen? I don't understand. They're calling it the Richie Torres effect. I don't get it. They sent Richie Torres over there to be like, we hate you, and if it were up to me, I would kill all of you right now legally. And then they sent Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein's bestie, to go out there and be like, you know, it's called Judea and Samaria. Like, how did this fail? How could this have failed? From 88% to Biden Harris to 13%. Harris Waltz. You probably already said this, but can you tell me what you think about people giving Trump credit for the ceasefire? Bro's gonna make me put the hat on again, dude. Oh my God. What do I think about people giving credit to Trump for the ceasefire? I don't know, man. What do I think? Ay, 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 por Dios.
Vote for Trump. Let's go.
Oh, God damn it. It's not the right video. I freaked it up. I freaked it up. I found it.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump.
I heard they're playing this on the Gaza Strip right now.
If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump.
What do I think about Donald Trump getting credit?
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
I don't believe in fake news.
I don't believe in fake
All I
news.
need is the truth. Because we love our country.
We love it just like you. Economy.
For Trump.
Life is good.
For Trump.
Because we love our country.
We love it just like you.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Everybody, come on. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Anyway. Bro, this is not funny. Get debated. You debated me. Is Trump curing your sinuses right now? I mean, what can't he do? Teflon Don. What can't he do? Maybe he will cure my sinuses. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if he did. Bro, every time I leave and come back, you're playing this shit. This is how you skew narratives? What narratives? What? The Bidens are planning to head west after leaving the White House and the inauguration Monday. As private citizens, they plan to take personal time in Santa Barbara County. Yuck. Get out of my state, man. Sorry, he's sending RFK to cure your sinuses? Maybe. Maybe. Let's run this back again.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
What is this? The Israeli negotiation team in Doha reported to Netanyahu of a last-minute attempt by Hamas to withdraw from a clause in the agreement that grants Israel the veto power over the release of mass murderers who are symbols of terrorism. Hamas demands to dictate the identities of these terrorists. Netanyahu instructed the negotiations team to uphold the understandings that they were agreed upon and to reject last-minute blackmail attempts by Hamas. Yeah, I don't think this is... yeah, there's no way that I think that this is something that Hamas signed off on and then all of a sudden last second are choosing not to abide by. Anyway. Joe Biden's nation address, man. What a funny meme. Where were we? I was glazing China. I'm doing all the... I'm running through all the hits that piss off liberals today. Wearing a Donald Trump hat. I'm basically a MAGA communist.
To figure out sort of what's next. And it's not necessarily the Instagrams and the YouTubes that you would expect. There are a lot of new apps that are cropping up, including Lemonade, which is a ByteDance app like TikTok is. Red Note, which is actually a Chinese-owned app as well, and then Flip, Clapper, Fanbase, a number of these other apps that are also short-form video. Creators can make money. So it'll be really interesting if we do see this ban go into effect, whether any of these ends up being sort of the winner over the mainstream apps that we know of.
Yeah, again, this is just such a huge difference from what almost everyone thought this was going to be, which was, you know, you won't be able to put the new app on the phone. It would get a little bit of clunky over weeks or months, but not, I can't get in to watch my cat videos as of Sunday. I mean, I think 170 million people are in for a big surprise. Now, the inauguration is Monday, and as you said, we just don't know how this is going to change or what will play out here.
Yeah, it's a really good question, a big question. And again, let's talk about that second option there, that ByteDance could sell TikTok. Yesterday, we are seeing reports from Bloomberg, from the Wall Street Journal, that Chinese officials are now considering Elon Musk as a
I don't know why they're saying this when like Vanity Fair went to TikTok and they were like, this is insane. This is not even remotely in question. And they're still running with this narrative. And I genuinely don't know what's true anymore. Because like I usually trust Bloomberg and Reuters, especially when it is like reporting on issues that pertain to, you know, corporate takeovers, things like that. And it's shocking to me that they're just like still going along with this.
New American owner for at least part of the U.S. operations of TikTok, which is really interesting, right? Because Elon Musk already owns X. He could add to his massive social media portfolio that he already has. TikTok called this report pure fiction, but for a lot of logical reasons, it would make sense why the Chinese...
Wait, so you're saying TikTok actually said it was pure fiction, but it still makes logical sense? And you're still running with the initial reporting that the primary party called pure fiction? So you are aware that they called it pure fiction. That makes even less sense. Why would you actively undermine the initial... What is going on, man? I just don't... No, Mr. Beast doesn't make more logical sense either. He does not have the money to buy TikTok. He did it so he can get 635,000 likes. Come on, dude. Unironically, I have so many billionaires reach out to me since I tweeted this. Let's see if we can pull this off. Oh. Trump is pressuring the Chinese government to force the sale of their share. This isn't the same as TikTok and Musk dealing directly. Yeah, I'll buy it, dude.
Would consider Elon Musk, you know, a friendlier American owner than a lot of other folks who have put their hands up to buy this platform. Elon Musk has huge business interests in China. It's the second largest market for Tesla. He does a lot of manufacturing there. And so China may see Elon Musk as the best possible option here if they don't win their Supreme Court case.
All right, a lot going on, a lot to watch, and maybe a lot of unhappy people in just a few days. Claire Duffy, thank you very much. With me now is a Democratic senator from the state of Massachusetts, or the Commonwealth, I should have said, Ed Markey. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. If TikTok shuts down in the U.S. on Sunday, what would the impact of that be?
The impact would be dramatic. There are 170 million users.
That's right, Ed Mackey. Let's go. He's doing the damn thing.
Of TikTok in the United States. 7 million businesses use TikTok in the United States, all across California.
I mentioned this part as well. Like, there are so many startup small businesses that actually took root on TikTok. Like, what a silly thing to just like undermine.
California right now, families, businesses are using TikTok to create communities, to try to deal with the tragedy that continues to unfold. So if there is in fact a ban, if TikTok goes dark on Sunday, it's going to have significant impact in our country. I think older people just don't understand the role which TikTok plays in the culture of people in our country under the age of 40. It is deeply embedded into our country, and that's why I'm going to, on the floor of the Senate today, make a unanimous consent request to pass my legislation to give TikTok another 270 days to negotiate a resolution of this issue. But it would just absolutely be a very significant moment in the history of communications in our country to have a site go dark, just be banned in our country with no other resolution that was in fact made possible.
I had a chance to ask Republican Congressman Dusty Johnson about your proposal for an extension. This is what he said. Listen.
I think it is crazy that we would allow an adversary of the United States to control such a major.
Dog, pack it up. Your name is Dusty Johnson, dude. God, another reason that South Dakota is not a real place. Like, what are we doing, man? My man's name is literally Dusty Penis, and he's out here not embarrassed every single day. He's unashamed and willing to go on national television and be like, yes, I am Dusty Penis. And I think our foreign adversary should not own a massive social media application. Please, dude. Like, yeah, that's right. My penis is so unused, it is dusty. Or dirty, whichever one you want. I just don't, oh my God. Deeply unserious nation. Merge the Dakotas immediately and give it under the crushing thumb of Burgum. Burgomaniacs rise up, okay? Give it under the protectorate of Doug Burgum and let him control both of the Dakotas. Enough of this South Dakota nonsense, North Dakota nonsense. No more Dakota divide. One Dakota, united. Donald Trump's going to do that too, my king. Yeah, I have a one-state solution for Dakota, a one-state solution for Israel-Palestine, and a one-state solution for Korea. Okay? Why you never talk about uniting the Carolinas? Sure, why not?
News outlet. This is not about the content on TikTok. Listen, I get it. People are hungry for their goofy dance videos. There are lots of places they can get that. This is about the fact that we would allow the Chinese Communist Party this kind of access to propaganda channels. We would never have let the Soviet Union buy up the CBS Evening News and the Wall Street Journal. The fact that
oh my God, imagine. That would have been, we'd be living in a dramatically different universe. Like maybe we would have had healthcare if we did that.
some are okay with the Chinese.
Actually, who am I fooling here? I mean, TikTok is Chinese, but we don't got no healthcare and we are not closer to it at all. So
Chinese Communist Party running TikTok is hard for me to understand.
He suggests that you're okay with the Chinese Communist Party running TikTok.
The intelligence community.
Like, dude, that's not a question, man. Like, that's you're trying to bully Ed Markey for taking a popular position as a senator. Okay. His position is represented by the overwhelming majority of Americans. Okay. The overwhelming majority of Americans do not want TikTok to be banned. TikTok has 170 million active users. Okay. And you are unnecessarily contentious towards the wishes of the public and also simultaneously are showing clips from a man named Dusty Penis as the guy backing your argument. And the entire argument revolves around Red Scare Mania. I'm willing to bet there's more people in South Dakota that like TikTok than Dusty Penis, okay?
He produced absolutely no evidence that the Chinese government is compromising this information. It provided no information whatsoever.
Great answer from Ed Markey, who is, I feel like, so old that if he actually looked at a TikTok For You page, he might perish on the spot, but respect for him defending TikTok.
What we have right now is something completely different. It's a lot more than just cat videos. It's 7 million businesses who use it. It's 170 million Americans who use it every single day, and in many ways very dependent upon it as part of their lives to make a living. There are people in California on Sunday, if this gets cut off, they won't have a way to make a living. They won't have a way to generate income for themselves. That's what we're talking about. We need the Supreme Court to have more time in order to decide this, to create an extension. Donald Trump is asking for an extension for more time so that he can work on this issue as well. That's what my legislation intends.
All right, shut up, Ed. Shut up. You're speaking too many facts.
On attempting to achieve, and I'm going to do that with Senator Booker and Senator Wyden today.
All right, let me just jump in for a little context here. Number one, the Supreme Court in this questioning seemed to indicate they were going to let this congressionally passed law, a bipartisan law, go through, which would mean the ban would go into effect on Sunday. We think that's where the Supreme Court is going. And I just want to point out, there are Republicans who agree with you, but there are plenty of Democrats who agree with Dusty Johnson. This law was passed by a bipartisan majority and signed in both houses, and signed into law, I should say, by President Biden. You said that President...
Did he ask Dusty Johnson how he feels about his own president, which the Republican Party has demonstrated a lot more fealty to Donald Trump than the Democrats have to the rest of the party. Democrats argue amongst themselves all the goddamn time. Did he ask those questions to Dusty Penis? Was he like, hey, Dusty, what's up with your name? Also, if we're done with that part of the questioning, what's going on? You know, your own party leader, your God King doesn't agree with you. What's going on with that? Also, third question, why is there a thing called South Dakota? Why have we not merged them yet? Okay. Did you ask him that question too, CNN? I don't think so. This is what I mean, chat, when I say it's always so, like, there is so little coverage on the opposing argument. There is so little coverage on not banning TikTok, and the only time it's ever mentioned is it immediately has to be contentious. And people immediately have to attack the person even making that argument. Hello, I am Chinese and I've been watching your stream with my American husband for a long time. I was wondering how come since when you realized that China is not the China in American propaganda? What? Bait? Question mark? Dude sounds like less gay Bill Maher. What? Goes on red note once. Yeah. He's like, I found a Chinese wife, Hasan. I went on red note. We're married now. I think they're asking, when did you learn that there's more to China than what we're told in American propaganda? I don't know. Maybe I have relatives who are Chinese. That could be part of the equation, even though they are literally from Taiwan. But still, some of them work in mainland China. Perhaps that might be relatively instructive on my more nuanced understanding of Chinese development and China in general. Recent poll shows only 22% of U.S. folks oppose TikTok ban. There ain't no way, big dog. There ain't no way. Okay. So more than half of the population of the United States of America is on TikTok, but only 22% oppose banning TikTok. As in 80% or 78% actually are in favor of it. Yeah, I don't believe that. Okay. People are just like on it while they're like, yeah, I really hope they take this away from me. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care what that poll says. I'm sorry. That's a ridiculous assessment. Poll was taken on Instagram Reels. Yeah, poll exclusively asked 90-year-olds. Why TikTok ban looming? How many Americans support it? Public opinion has changed a lot. Between March 2023 and August 2024, support for the ban decreased from 50% to 32%. Americans, according to Pew Research poll. During the same time period, Americans who reported opposing the ban went up from 22 to 28. A Change.org petition named TikTok, Keep TikTok, Protect National Security, got 100. That doesn't mean anything. One way to save TikTok at the 11th hour. According to Pew Research Center, about 50% of Americans surveyed supported a ban on TikTok, while 22% opposed it in March 2023. Yeah, I don't believe that. A declining share of adults and few teens support a U.S. TikTok ban. Wait. I'm assuming there's a new poll from Pew that we haven't seen. The poll also showed the support for the ban dropped among both major political parties. In March 2023, 60% of Republicans and 43% of Democrats supported the ban. By fall, just 42% of Republicans and 24% of Democrats supported it. Wait, what? That chatter said there's a lot of people that want to ban TikTok. Did you say the wrong thing or did you read it incorrectly? Because this article doesn't support you. What? As a Chinese, I don't trust the most content on Xiaohongshu. Hello, I am Chinese man. Let me tell you, we are suffering out here. America number one. One day, the Republic of China will overtake mainland China, including but not limited to Mongolia as well. It is ours. It is ours for the taking. The KMT has betrayed the people. This is what I think. As a mainland Chinese, I hate the Chinese Party of Communism. Restore one singular China and give the ownership to the Taiwanese population. Chatter must have looked at the YouGov poll, which shows 44% support the ban. Yeah, I don't believe it. Like I said, I don't believe it. Ed Markey literally voted for the TikTok ban, by the way. Yeah, he was wrong. And now he's... I mean, Ed Markey's 90. I don't know if he knows what he's doing there. I'm not kidding. There are some very reactionary Chinese bloggers on Xiaohongshu. I watched a post blaming LA Fire to fish in the river. Wait, what? Public support for a government ban on TikTok has declined. In summer 2024 survey, 32% of adults said they would support it, down from 50% in March. Another 28% said they opposed the ban, while 39% were not sure. Hello, I am not Chinese. I'm interested in China history. Have you heard of a 100 Flowers campaign? Did you think Mao planned to use the criticism as a ploy to lock up intellectuals all along? Yes. Everything he did deliberately. He was like, yeah, no, definitely criticize the government. It's open season. And guess who it was open season for? Anyone who chose to criticize him. Okay? That's right. They would show you this law. Oh, Tiananmen Square. Oh my God. I do think it's funny where people who are just like protesters should be able to execute you with their cars are like, what about Tiananmen Square? Why is that like the big thing that the people always point to? Like, I just don't understand. Like, Americans love running over protesters. What's the problem? It was a meme for a long time. Yeah. Check this user's last message. They got timed out. One day I'll have my Nike shoes. What? Ban Twitch 2 then? Okay, so ban all social media then. NSA mass surveillance, Kent State Uni, Church of Scientology, David Miscavige, May 4th, 1970 massacre, May 13th move bombing. Trail of Tears, Red Summer 1919, House Un-American Activities Committee, Human Rights, Citizens United, Jim Crow segregation. Wait, human rights. Just human rights. Nothing specific. Just human rights. Citizens United. Safety. High-speed rail. Strong mass line. Republic of Hawaii. 13 colonies. Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq. Edward Snowden. Yeah. These two words will trigger every American citizen. Okay? Human rights. Don't bring it up. You will cause State Department heads to implode. Anyway. Battle of Blair Mountain. Bro, your mods are banning so many free speeches? No, it's Fossabot. Anyway. She didn't start the fire, it was always burning. Human rights, America not perfect, but people died for this country. America is the most diverse country in the world. Yeah. We're so good at handling all this diversity. You know? Anyway, all right, I'm done. I'm ending it early today at a measly 6-hour half day. I'm not feeling too great. Do you still want terrorists like Hamas to be in charge of Gaza or an actual progressive Palestinian government? What a question. What a loaded question. I think the Palestinian population should decide who's in charge of it. What do you think? Do you like that? I like that. Do you think terrorists like the Likud party or Itamar Ben-Gvir or Benjamin Netanyahu or Bezalel Smotrich should be in charge of the genocidal apartheid regime of Israel? Or do you think we should dismantle it piece by piece and create a secular, singular, solitary, progressive state? Since you use the term progressive, I will, ask it back to you. Yeah, go watch the podcast that I did with Sean O'Brien.
To Better Bad Ideas. Today we had Hasan Piker on the podcast where we discussed politics, where we discussed mainstream.
Get your fill in. Get your fill in, okay? If you want more Hasan content, uninterrupted, go watch his podcast. Go watch his podcast. Show it some love. And we'll screen Union tomorrow. I couldn't get to it today, unfortunately. But I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. All right? Anyway.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
All right, everybody. Love you all.
All the
Peace.
trickling in has helped people hate.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.